Yeah, audio there. Okay, let's move on to Marlena and
Oh, what were you saying? Hold on a second. I think there's a delay. What were you saying, Michael? Just to finish that for a second.
I think your audio
My audio?
but on your side, not on mine. Yeah, your audio is when you don't speak. Uh, I couldn't understand it. I wanted to understand it, but I couldn't.
Is this
Is
better?
this better?
Oh,
Much better.
okay.
Okay, but it's echoing. But it's echoing.
Yeah, I think that.
Jeez.
Let me. I guess let me check in real quick. Too, so we can uh have everyone checked in on. I think Patricia left. It looks like. So I don't know if she'll be back or not. But um, that was a cool bit that she dropped in though. I've never. I don't think I've met her. Or if I have, I don't remember like speaking to her anyway. So that's cool. But yeah, I'm okay. I'm still waking up, sort of. Haven't. My Vyvanse are kicking in now, finally. So I'm a little more alive, more wanting to research stuff. Vyvanse makes me want to wake up and research stuff, and just start typing away at AI and Google, and go into rabbit holes. But yeah, just looking at, oh my gosh, I just looked at my computer and saw like the frazzled monkey, or the frazzled hair on the monkey. The monkeys are pretty funny. I like the proboscis monkey or whatever. I called it a promiscuous monkey by accident in the chat, but um, yeah, I'm doing okay though. Just in a lot of back pain, and that's really what's holding me back the most right now. I think it's just this back injury, and I really want to lose like 50 pounds or maybe 60 pounds. I think that's what helped me the most. The first time I had a back injury was losing weight, and made it more possible to work out better too and manage it. So, uh, yeah, I need to focus on losing weight, and I got rid of the weed pen I did have last night. So, I guess that's an update I have for today, for this morning, is I got rid of the weed pen, and we're staying away from the weed pens. That is what we are meta-programming into this brain. And, yeah, I'd say my score right now, I'm happy I got rid of the weed pen. So I forgot I did that, so that brings my score up, even though my back pain brings it down. So I'd say I'm probably like a 7.5 right now, maybe an 8 right now. And I'm happy to be talking with Michael, so probably even a 9 right now. Complete.
I found something out, Malena. I'm now at 84. Can I talk or can I not talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead. Okay. So I found out something, Malena. I'm with an 84-year-old guy, and watch that he doesn't get elder abuse. And when I found out, we are both from Austria. We both talking, and we cannot. I think he's also an early virgin, and he cannot remember shit name. I don't either. And actually, uh, they have classified him having dementia, and he has super dementia. The guy's a genius. He's invented. He has like 35 patents. And when I talked to him yesterday evening, I got crystal clear. We talked about TV shows, they see something. 77 Sunset Street is not a very was not a very famous thing, but everybody was aware of it, and so we talked about Austrian guys that did this and that, and it was like yesterday. So the time space was segregated, and he's a guy that always says, "I don't care, I don't care, I don't care," because I think because of the short-term memory loss that he has, and everybody has like the caregivers that are there. They say, "I could remember this." I mean, people don't remember what we had yesterday, but they remember the moments that actually impact them, and the conditions that impact them. And so uh, I, for me, neurodiversity totally off. Has nothing to do with anything. I wipe it off. I say, it's a human. Okay. You can remember something, you can't remember something. We remember stuff from 60 years ago, boss. Like it was yesterday. So, and then pain, be aware of pain. Malena, be aware of pain. It's a memory. So you had that before. It's very tricky. Pain is very tricky. It's releasing something. The body wants to release something. Otherwise, you will have pain. But the body is perfect, and the body wants to release something. And I heard there is a lot of research going on. You might Google that when people heard that, like they hit themselves, the elbow, right? The elbow. You say you hit yourself. Now you start reminding yourself. You start reminding yourself, oh, this is gonna take like half a minute. The next time you think it's more, because now you're older, and now it happens more and more, and you think it's a pattern, and then you just step in that pattern of pain. Because, and I talked to my sister who's a healer about that. She told me, affirmed that too. She says one day she couldn't walk the stairs up, and she says, "Oh, I'm getting old now." She's like 50. She said, "I'm getting old now," and she's like walking the stairs, and she said, "No, I let that go," because I told her about the thing, and then she feels nothing. She can run up the stairs and do everything. So I'm just saying, we can, humans can, which I do with hope right now. I have
That's
her with that.
really interesting.
Yeah, I needed to hear that. Thank you.
Still interesting. Lot of this, and let's click go ahead and do my check-in. So I'm feeling very energetic and very interested in Michael's words. I really want Michael to speak more. Yeah, it's a lot of wisdom, Michael, and in his presence, I really feel energetic and curious. So I'll rate myself 8 out of 10. Like as usual, I was like always 6 or 7, but today I feel really curious and energetic, and give me 8 out of 10. Thank you so much, Michael, for your presence. And let's move to the next part about the project, that is who. Michael, what do you think of who must be, who one world spirit must be?
I didn't understand what you said.
What do you think
No, but I didn't
who of one world spirit should be?
I don't understand what that means. I don't what we see. It's real. I understood. Spiritual word should be. That's all I understood.
Okay. Well, this. Well, I'll move forward and introduce the goal. Then I think Michael can understand better of the one world spirit meetings.
Or I can
Oh, wow.
reframe the question.
Malena,
Yeah. I was just gonna reframe the question. He's trying to ask like, what do you think is the most important thing that One World Spirit, which is this group, right, should be working on, or what is the most important thing we should be working on, or what should we be doing?
Sure.
What is our essence?
advantage I think is that you're better. You're not fiddle-faddling on time, and you are. It depends on it depends on the person. Because Marlene, I think you are a great host, and people. I have no problem understanding you technically or otherwise. And Navaz is really good. Has a good intent, but his English needs to be more defined so that people understand. So do a lot more things, and talk from your heart, like you said, Michael. I feel you. I feel this better than this. So that was from the heart. That wasn't from logic. So talk more, from the heart, and everybody. There is no perfect thing. See, that's just the problem. We are 8 billion people, and there is no perfect thing, because even a guy that comes in and that is, that chick that attacked me, that's not perfect. It's perfect that the chick attacked me. Uh, you just can't digest it because you react emotional to it. But when you use your brain after the fact, it's only the brain can only use what happened, and cannot talk what is, and cannot break. The brain cannot break. It's the stuff that comes in your spirit breaks. But your spirit. That's why you have a shower, and also a thought comes in. So it basically all channels. We all channel. And the superpower I find of One World Spirit is Mark, because Mark has such an Mark is very disciplined, and he trusts his feelings but makes it logical. And with that, he loses a lot of people, but he keeps the very good people. So he goes very systemically. Myers-Briggs says this. This thing says this. I've learned this from him. I've this, and he condenses all, and he really is with the most important people, with the most good thing. My fear is that we are all together. We cannot go only with the good people. I have to learn from a janitor as much as I can, and the janitor for me, as well as probably the best people. Because I cannot say, Malena, you and I talk 24 hours, and I screw everybody else. It's just, we have to learn in everything, and the learning is that we are different. The learning and the wisdom and the awareness comes when imagine the world would think that everybody is perfect. That doesn't mean when the intent is, so when somebody comes into the world spirit and the intent is to do ruckus, then get out. That's why I would say to a person where I feel, that's why my feelings are. If I feel that that person wants to just make ruckus, I throw him right out. Because the intent is that we dance with each other. If you not want to come for a dance, then don't come for dance. Nobody forces you to come to dance. If I say I want to do ski ballet, and people say, well, no, I want to go skiing. No, you can only do ski ballet. No, it's the common intent that says, hey, what is the common intent? And I would say the two sentences that Navat said, I couldn't understand at all. The first 3 minutes with the systemic what to do next lost me. When Malena came, I had a connection, like the same with the other guy last time. I had a human connection. And that shows us, from a science perspective, that the human connection, when you are feeling halfway safe to be you, and you can express that, that is the superpower that humans have, that they can actually dance with each other. And learning from your perspective to my perspective. It's not about my perspective or yours. I have only a perspective because I talk to so many people, and I'm so old that I've experienced so much thing because of my quote unquote neurodiversity. I've experienced so much life that I have a big advantage because I know I can handle this, I can handle that, I can, I have no problem with that. So that's what I think. If you guys say more, the intent of this meeting is to distill how humans were born. So I'm saying, for example, when we scientifically look at animals, the animals were, we know that barbarous apes are different than chimpanzees. We know the chimpanzees are smarter. They use, but the chimpanzees are more aggressive. So we know that. We know that, and so nature always, it's like water. When water comes into a house, you get mold and you get all kinds of stuff. That's everywhere. You can do this on the whole world. Nature is just that way. And that's why we need to really get there. We don't need to do anything, but we need to. So I'm catching myself to generalize. When we are part of nature, we cannot separate it. I think there's also deep perception that we cannot go against nature. And when you are inhumane, and that's what the New World Spirit is nurturing, the humanity. And when we can't be humane, we are against nature. And guess what? We can't win ever. When we are a part of nature and trying to understand plants, we understand it only what we know from science. That's why science is here to understand it. But science is here to understand it in a money relevance, not in a human-centric relevance. So, because our lack that we always had, and that we suppressed, and that's why we have so many wars. I hope it's going to shift now. It's going to come out all out. Everything has to come out. When I'm angry, I have to say I'm angry. I'm not saying, oh Mark, you fuck, Malena, you are nothing, because I just feel angry. So I'm not. I don't know. I'm not. And I'm pulling this from all of you and for me. So I think one more experience is really the science of how can people collaborate and dance with each other. Mark has proven that to me over and over and over. It's the science of how humans can confirm they are part of nature and confirm that because they are part of nature, they can also dance together. Because there's nothing in nature that doesn't dance with each other, and it's not linear. It's different. There is no rules. You have 5 minutes to talk, then you have 1 minute to talk to this. The stuff comes in. So what is with all of us right now? It just comes in. To me, I'm just a speaker. I'm a JBL speaker in a corner that just says what comes in. I've written a lot of books about it. I don't even remember shit, but I remember from 60 years ago. So this is, again, Mark did a great stuff. Mark is the thing. He did, and he doesn't give a shit if there's dissonance, which I like too. Because the dissonance is the learning. That's like, how do you want to heal fear? To go towards the fear, because the fear is protecting the false beliefs that you have. Because I want you to see 4-year, 5-year-old, or even younger kids in a pool, which I always go to wash and to think. Amazing. These kids have no fear to jump in without a tool or anything. They just jump in. They have no fear. Because they know they're still in the spirit, and they know there is no limitation in the spirit. So we give it meaning. We give life a meaning as the collective consciousness by experiencing, having different perspectives. So that's I think that's you're doing a good job. Even it looks like you're doing a shitty job, but I mean, you're doing a good job. Because you can't do a shitty job. See, this is the stuff. You can't do a shitty job. You can do something that is against nature. You can do harm, but a person that's human-centric, when they say, "Oh, Mark, I hurt you," they know, "Oh, if that hurts him, I'm not going to say that again." Or you try at least. Even if it comes out, you try at least. So there's still some aggression against Mark, and then you let it out. So, but you don't. If I know that when dogs eat chocolate, they die, and keep feeding dogs further chocolate. See, if somebody doesn't know a dog needs chocolate, you just that a chocolate is bad for dogs. You give the dogs a chocolate, and probably the dog can survive 1 or 2 chocolates. But once you know that, and science have proven that, and they have said you shouldn't take it, even though with science might have been wrong, you're not gonna do it because your thing is benevolent as a human. We are benevolent. Even the biggest criminal that has a bulldog that bites everybody is feeding the dog chocolate because he thinks it's good. It's like we give everything meaning, everything we look at, and nobody's wrong, and that's what's so important. Like the people in the therapy, they said they attacked me in one of my therapies. They attacked me. Said, "You said we." I said, "No, I'm always talking in the context which comes in. I'm not talking about. I'm not functioning that way. That I'm totally system relevant. Says, Malena, you are a he, she, or you're a she, or you are him. It doesn't matter. In systemic, you can be all that. If I feel I want to wear dresses, if I feel that I can be everything, and nobody should say anything. If I walk in with high heels, long fingernails, and long hair, nobody should say anything. But they're not saying, "Oh." But I cannot require that them saying, "I'm going to change your whole perspective. I'm a man. I'm a woman." I can't force anybody. So I'm very pro-trans, which Mark knows, Wispensky, or Aya. but Bensky cannot force me to see him as a woman. You understand? He's a trans systemically. He made what he wanted to be and how he feels the most comfortable. That's perfect. And he should be that. And if he wants to implant a horn on his head, he can do the thing too. It's just everybody can do what they want. And in that difference all the judgment goes away. Because I know Bensky, I don't care what he is. I love him. If Mark looks better without beard and looking like a hippie, but hey, I love him. That has nothing to do with how you look. And that's the stuff also, the form. The system gives so much power form. Oh, you have a doctorate. Because that helps to lie. Because I know so many doctors that make no money. I just met another one that was a professor, no money. And people assume, oh, because I don't have the education, I didn't pay $500,000 for education to the system, they get a lot of money. They don't. They actually asked me, I said, at least you're financially secure. I said, what comes back? How do you say that? People say, the professors, the people who think, I mean, I know very famous and good people, and they're not confirming. They're not negating anything I say. They're not saying, no, I have a lot of money. I know one person that actually has a lot of money, had a lot of money, but he spends it. He spends it, and he doesn't spend it like he has super flowers in his house or whatever. He just lives his life, and he doesn't need to be a superstar or anything. I had to know him better to know what a superstar he is. So we learn. You gotta live to learn. You're not, because that's why we came here. You gotta live to learn and grow. And you want to grow, 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 grow. Nothing is important for me. Nothing is more important than growing. Not a relationship, nothing. In a relationship, I learn. So when I have a girlfriend, I learn. But not, it's not about, before it was falling in love, having sex, all this stuff. Not anymore. If I had a relationship now, I would do it only for learning. I would feel the love, I would feel the exchange, I would feel the sex, I would feel all that. But to learn. Yeah, I would sleep with this woman and watch myself. But I couldn't do that before. That takes 66 years. That takes a lot for me. It took a lot of time. So, and it's also not, I lost a lot of friends of mine, and they're all here. All my friends that I lost are here. I'm not. I know my dad is here. I know I'm not holding them. I'm just saying, if I want to access them. What do you say, Malena? Malena, talk to me.
No, you did. I was talking to them about the meeting, but I'm just listening to what you're saying. And I
Does it make
agree
sense?
I agree about the dancing and the growth and what comes out of that process of the dance. I often think of things as a dance, and that's like literally what happened when I met my name twin, Burning Man, was a I saw this. I was wearing butterfly wings at Burning Man, and the only other butterfly I saw, we immediately walked up to each other, and the first thing I did was like, I'm gonna butterfly dance around her. So I like got all playful mode and just like was like whoopity doo and like danced around her like with flapping my wings and did like a little circle, and she like stopped and like side-eyed me and like looked at me and like just observed me, and then we're like, hey, what's your name? And she goes, Marlena. And I'm like, what? My name is Marlena. And we're like, what? And she's like this crazy
synchronicity. Synchronicity. That means you're on your path. See, Marlena, that's one thing that you're on your path. So when you see 11, 11 or 15, 15, it is always a thing that's a synchronicity, which is a part of abundance. And that's, you're on that path. And I want to see, Marlena, if you think or if you have another opinion about trans people and LBGT, I can't remember what that means, but I wanted to know if because there is no trans the same, and there's no non-binary the same. They're all one of one. So whatever the one binary wears and the other binary acts can be completely different. That's why I say, when you're looking at, I think I sent you that today on Instagram to you and Mark. Quantum physics, quantum mechanics is when it's the spectator decides. So when the spectator decides, then it disappears. It cannot be copied. That's what I sent to you guys, Mark and Elena. It's only what we copied, what we copied as value. When you see it one time, that's why I don't make any, and I did this intuitively. Like Mark says, I do intuitive, the whatever, the logic, whatever. I just do it because it's me. I haven't learned it. So what happens is when you see it, it disappears. It's not that. It's only valid. It's only defined when you see it. You can't copy it, which is life. It's basically the explanation of quantum physics through the thing of what Mark and I say, one-on-one is. So once you see it, your perspective, then it's gone. That's how you nurture yourself in your unique person about it. That's why it's so important, the one-on-one is. So and Malena, you want to go into it? That thing should get you into it, understanding. And by the way, Malena, you are fantastic. I knew that from the beginning. You're fantastic uh, because you're human-centric. You're an artist, and you try so hard to use all your brain to be system relevant. But it can't. The system relevant if it was right for all. If system and science was right for all, you would be right to do that. But you are what you are, and you can't be something else what you are not. You can only be you. And that's the treasure, and that's why you have already everything. So you're rich, you all the stuff that you wish, and they don't lead to anything. So because if it leads, look, if you make money and it would lead to, it would lead to be happy. It is making life easier because systems make it more complicated. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that actually brings up a big question I had about authenticity and transness. And this is kind of like, I guess, like a chizzy topic too, but like with being trans and being radically authentic to yourself, and then also doing things like gender affirming surgery, right? So there is something in my brain that doesn't make sense there and is confused in myself in the sense that like I go by she they pronouns. I myself feel like gender fluid to some degree and feel like a demigirl. Like I do harbor a lot of the like feminine, like stereotypical feminine traits, as well as like for me, like I also shun a lot of them and feel a lot of like comfortableness being non-binary rather than the gender norms of society.
So you're system defining yourself. You're system defining yourself.
Well, yeah. Well, so that's where my question comes in with transness and gender affirming stuff. Is like, so like if I'm a trans man and I feel like I should be a man, like why would changing my genitals or my body appearance like affirm that rather than like if I'm being radically authentic to myself, like why does my like to my brain it's like this is the body I'm given and its gender shouldn't be defined by those system relevant norms like the feminine masculine
exactly
typical binary.
Yeah.
So like
Also,
I shouldn't. So why should I change my body to be more masculine when the masculine is a system relevant category? When really the most authentic thing would be to embrace my body as it is and say that is actually a masculine body.
Beautiful.
So that's what makes me like get confused about supporting certain things with like trans gender affirming strategies, because I understand that that's different for everybody. Maybe like for some people they actually do get genuine euphoria if they change their body structure to match that, right? But then like that just makes me really question the like authenticity, system relevance, like gender relevance, and like because the gender relevance is kind of to some degree a system relevant like phenomenon, like and you have
as
to
good as it can. The system cannot be true as good as it can.
Yeah.
It can never be true because if you are trans and I'm a trans, we are completely different. I'm me, you are you, and I had genital surgery. Who's welding? Who is welding?
That's Nawaz's connection.
Belinda is so good. That is so good because you clarify stuff in me too. It's the thing is when how can I mean, first of all, masculine and feminine is already a system. You are human. with masculine traits and feminine traits. I'm a male with feminine and masculine traits. You gotta live your life. Life is very short if you live it systemically. If you just enjoy the day and react to what comes or interact or dance with what comes, all of a sudden you have endless time. Time becomes such a stretch. And the moment is when you say, okay, how can I matter? And you want to matter. And as trans men or gay men, I know when the gay movement came up, we looked at gay as something weird, and then it pissed us off that gay people got so much attention, and then it became normal. So everything always balances out. So now I don't care. You can be a gay I love, and you can be a gay that I hate. It's the person. It's the good black people and bad black people. There's the good things and bad all over. That's why the one-on-one always puts us in that. Is the person a good person, or do I resonate with that person? That's the other thing. So if I because systemic, let's say ice hockey, we're in Canada. Ice hockey a team. I might love the ice hockey, the people there. Go drinking with them, do all the bullshit they do, and then, but I could never do ice hockey because I don't want to do ice. I have no, but might be different with art. I might do an art club, Malena's art club, and it might different. I really don't want to go drinking with Malena and doing drugs, but I want to go with Malena and experience her club. So you see, it always comes to system relevance and human centricity. Always. Because that's where we learn. That's why we have duality. We learn. So none is bad. Only human centricity is part of nature, so that's the priority. So I don't know. You got to be the happiest that you can, and it doesn't cost anything. And happiness also has a sinus wave. It goes up and down. You cannot know happiness if you're always not happy. So
Go ahead, Nawaz.
it's really wonderful wisdom we got from Michael. Michael, that was really wonderful talking to you, and I get to learn a lot of things from you, like being natural and a lot of things that I am less time to express. Since we are running out of time and we start and end on time, I would like Michael to like Marlena to go ahead and play the song. I'm sorry, play the video. Marlena, can you do that or shall I do it from myself?
I can attempt to.
do you feel it
By
like that?
Michael.
And Mark, do you feel it? Do you feel what you said?
Yeah, go ahead, Michael. I'm having a wrench. Yeah, what did I feel?
Did you just feel what just happened when Navas went back to the system?
Well, actually, it's a lot deeper than that. But yes, there is energy going on here. We're all sensing it. But yeah, let's do.
What just happened?
Well, let's close out here. What happened was he went back to the system and he got back to the deadness, and the deadness killed the vibe, right? So we're dead. But we do have to end the meeting, so he has to jump in at some point, and we're gonna jump in by playing the video.
Navas, that's what you think. Yeah, Navas is perfect. He's not. No, there's no mistake. But you see what happens. You feel the same as I do.
And by
It's not Turkish consciousness wanted to stay. That's right. Navas is perfect. Perfect. That's why there's no right and wrong. And when humans interact.
Okay, Michael, before Nawaz closes up, what would you give the rating out of 10? Like, just really quickly before we close out here. Or we can play the video. We can play the video, and then if you want to stay back, we can do like a really quick. Okay, no video. Perfect. Okay, what do you give the rating from 0 to 10 then if we don't play the video? Okay, perfect. Done. Done. We made it. We did it.
Milena is considered a smarty pants in the system, but where she really is a smarty pants in human centricity, in her being, she couldn't be a smarty pants, Milena, if she was doing that. She couldn't be systemically a smarty pants if she was not. You know, her smartness and systemic and her interest in cosmology and all that shit is what she is by nature.
Well, hold on. So, I want to now, if we all want to stay back for a little bit to discuss, we made it. So we got an 8 out of 10 from Michael. The goal has been met. And I want us to all describe how we felt about the meeting, right? Because the meeting wasn't about us feeling good. It was about you feeling good, Michael, and it worked.
Yeah.
Right? It worked. But now if you hear the meeting... That's right. So what I want is to actually have a really good experience here on all of us explaining how we felt during the meeting as a whole, and the sacrifices we made, and the pullings we did, and the non-sacrifices, and the taking, and like a lot more happened in this meeting than meets the eye, especially with Nawaz actually. So Nawaz, how did you feel about the meeting as a whole? And don't be fake, be authentic. What happened? Because a lot of things fell apart, Michael. To be honest with you, we have these things called wrenches, and we had a lot. And Nawaz just said he had another small wrench. So
but systemic is always win and lose.
well, I just want to say what happened here, Michael, is that we kind of felt like you might say that. And so we changed our entire meeting structure to accommodate you. And what happened was you did get an 8 out of 10 meeting. But you spoke for literally everyone's time. Like we all donated all of our time to you because we didn't want to interrupt you. We just wanted to support you. And it worked. And
it's not about support.
I genuinely wanted to donate a lot more. There is a lot of wisdom in these words.
But Nawaz, why are you off the screen right now?
He can be off the screen.
No. We sort of made an agreement though. So he came off the screen. So why did you stop doing the timers too, Nawaz?
So Malena, this is it. Because Mark is always him or me or good or bad, right or wrong, systemic or non-systemic. You know, it's just that's what's not working, Mark.
No. I just want to get done. So why? Hold on. I know. There's a lot more that meets the eye here, Michael. If we were in a real meeting, everybody would have left, right? Because nobody else got a chance to talk. But hold on. I hear you, but I want to hear Nawaz. Like Nawaz basically stopped doing everything. He stopped being on video. He stopped doing the timers. He didn't do seconding. He didn't do the video. He basically didn't do anything. And why was that, Nawaz?
See, you don't know anything. We don't know anything. Navas, right? We don't know anything. When you don't go to life and say you don't know everything.
Okay, Michael, hold on, Michael, calm down. We're outside the main meeting now. We're in a real meeting. So I want to get feedback from Marlena. I think something happened in the meeting, and it changed the entire energy of the meeting. And I wonder if Marlena picked up the same position. So Marlena, where do you think the big change happened?
Where? Probably in the. I would say it happened when Patricia jumped in initially.
Oh no, after Patricia.
And she jumped out.
And I don't know, because that was my brain's tracking at the beginning. So after that, I don't. It's like when we went into the core.
Yeah, when we went to the core. So what happened in my thoughts, you guys, is there was a racist kind of moment. There was a racist. There was a racist kind of moment that happened, and we didn't intend it, but it went nuclear in Nawaz, I feel like. So what happened was none of us meant bad. But here's what I think happened: is Nawaz was doing his absolute best, and in my mind, he communicated very clearly, but he didn't bridge quite as well as Marlena. So you're not used to his voice like we are, right? And there is a little bit of an accent there. But you kind of cut in very strongly, Michael, and said, "I can't understand him." Like it's like he's not speaking. Like it was a very rough way to ask him to clarify. And then
All form, get out of here. Nawaz and I are about the best buddies. Get
so
out of here.
so now Michael is
Dissonance.
now Michael is
You're
going
perfect in that. You're perfect in that. Keep doing it.
now Michael's going a little bit nuclear because he didn't intend it, but this is the moment where I think the energy changed.
Why don't you say, hey, it gets a little loud. Why do you have to call it nuclear? It's semi-deep. It makes no sense. Mark, you low how you do this. And you think nobody can understand what you're doing? Everybody knows what you're doing. Zero problems. I told Navas, try. I couldn't speak either, Navas. I was stuttering and everything. I still stutter. But I did, you can watch videos and how your pronunciation gets better, especially if you're if your system a relevant thing. You cannot be, you can do everything you want. There's nothing wrong. But in order to be better understood, because I don't give a shit if you have an Indian accent or if you have a Nigerian accent. I don't give a shit. I understand what the human Navas has to say. To understand me. That's what counts. Not did Navas get off the camera? Because there's no power. We don't know the circumstances. Malene could give a child right now, and she had to talk to them. We don't know. You assume you understand everything, and it can't be because you have a billion perceptions, and we are 8 billion. Give up to it. Let it go. That you know the right way and the thing. I'm not making you wrong doing this. I'm just saying this what I express. And I'll give a shit if I talk the whole time. If the people, Malena would say to me, Michael, let Navas talk. I know Malena would have said that because she's human-centric. Malena wants to always balance because she knows that's the superpower.
Now the thing is, yeah, to a certain degree, but now I sort of want to. So okay, Michael, if you want to stay here and chat with us, we're gonna actually chat though, and we're gonna do a full round on how we think the meeting went, and I think I am very clear on what's happened, but I want to get out what we all thought because the energy was, well, it was good for you, right? And that was the goal, but how we acted together as a team was not that great.
Peter, put Malena down.
No, you didn't put Marlena down.
Peter, put Navas down.
No, you didn't put was on, but you accidentally did.
You know what? There's words that
no, it's nothing like that. No, it's nothing like that. I get to a lot of things. I never felt offended for any second in this meeting. So, nothing, but I know
That's the point. That's the point.
I picked a lack in grammar, and I hope I'll improve it. The exposure of you guys, hopefully, and yeah. So since I am a native Kannada speaker and I speak like 3 additional languages, sometimes I get to confuse with grammar when it comes to.
There's nothing wrong, Namas. There's nothing wrong with you. I'm saying when you talk on the international platform in a different language, I mean, when I learned, my home language is German. When I came to America, I couldn't speak. All I can say, can I have a salt? Can I pay the bill? That's all I could say. And I didn't. I worked on it. I watched TV.
I hear you. But I wanna get a little bit deeper because I just want to tease out something, and
Tease it up.
like here, I'll say my interpretation, and you guys can say how far off you think I am, and then we're gonna do a couple of rounds to go through it. Okay. I kind of want to get all of our interpretations before I say mine, but maybe I just want to have time to do this if we all want to stay back. So maybe each one of us goes and gives a rating to the meeting on how you think it went overall for all the participants, not just for Michael, but all the participants. What would you think as a whole? And we know that Michael gave an 8 out of 10, which is great. So let's just go around and say, how did we rate it? And why did we rate it that? And then I'll say my piece a little bit. And then you guys can say how wrong I am, potentially. Or if you think, well, there's a little bit of truth, whatever. I'm very curious to hear what you think happened. So
you're forcing people that actually follow you, not me, except me, because I'm all different. I'm all much better. But no, you're forcing people that really stick with you to every EMF to be in an uncomfortable thing and say, oh, Mark is right, Michael is wrong. Michael is right, Mark is wrong. Why? This is so inhuman-centric.
Okay. Michael, hold on. Let me cut in here for a second because I want to have us all talk. So I'll just say it. So I think that my rating of the meeting then is probably a 3 out of 10. I think Michael got an 8 out of 10 like predicted. That was the goal. But in terms of our whole team, the meeting was probably a 3 out of 10. And here's why. It's because we prepared, Michael, for you to sort of get into a good flow state. And we decided not to interrupt you and donated. We still did timers. We still did the whole system. But the system is really alive. And we adapted to you, proving that the system works. So we wanted you to have a good time. But for everybody else, how I feel like they felt was Marlena saw what was going on and she bridged beautifully, which is why your score stayed in 8 out of 10 when she was talking to you. Right? She saw that there was miscommunication with Nawaz and you, and it was pretty gruff. So Michael, just let me finish my point. You can say your point of view after this, okay? And I think that Nawaz is so polite that he couldn't confront you because I'm paying him and he doesn't want to lose this opportunity potentially. So he's in a really tough bind. So what happened was because he realized you were sort of dominating the meeting, it kind of felt like his position was pointless. And Marlena, it kind of felt like you didn't know when to interrupt either. So there was a sort of racial boundary where the white man is dominating again and he can't interrupt. And I think that Marlena started feeling the gaps and then he kind of stepped back. And then he really went nuclear and stepped back potentially. And then there was a wrench thrown in there potentially with his power. But I think that at the end, even when I was messaging you, Nawaz, in the back chat, you stopped responding in the back chat too. So that could be a power outage for a minute. But it was like, I tracked it here, it was like 20 minutes as well. So I feel like what happened was Marlena filled in the gaps where you should have stepped in, Nawaz, because you were stymied and you weren't sure now, how do I cut off this really powerful 68-year-old who won't be quiet? Right? And Marlena bridged him because she knew him, but you don't have as much information. So then you were kind of stuck and just let her sort of do everything. But then what was really weird to me was that you turned off your screen and you stopped doing the timer donations and you stopped responding for a moment.
I don't even know what the timer donation and say, I'm going to stop the screen. I stopped the screen because we have Navas at that bar.
No, hold on, Michael. You're gonna get a chance here. I just want to finish talking here. And then I asked you to play the video and get ready to land the plane, and you didn't do that either. And you passed it off to Marlena.
I don't. Why should I want that?
Because Michael, the video we were gonna play was your "Don't Copy" video. We ahead of time we said Michael's not gonna want to listen to a song, and he's not gonna want to watch a random video. We're gonna want to listen to. We're gonna listen to his video at the end. So if Nawaz is paying attention, he would have played the video right when you mentioned it 2 minutes before we closed. We would have watched the video, and then we would have did ratings afterwards. But because he was stymied by this very potential. Okay, Michael, can I just finish how I'm interpreting the meeting? I'm explaining my 101. Right? Okay, so let me finish. You got to talk for literally 50 minutes straight almost. We're in a different kind of meeting now where everybody gets a turn to talk. But I'm just saying that this is what I think has happened. And I do think the wrench has a little bit to do with him not responding for probably 2 or 3 minutes. But all the rest of it is this deeply embedded racist moment that stymied him, along with the unfamiliarity with a very powerful neurodivergent man he doesn't know how to handle in a country that's way more powerful than his. And I think that the reason why it worked out is because Marlena stepped in, because she's a genius, and I'm really seeing her shine, that her dialectics flipped, right? Normally in the meeting she's very passive and steps back, but in this meeting she was amazing. She pretty much did everything perfectly. Right? So I feel like what dropped in the meeting was Nawaz's energy. Felt like, to me, it dropped. And so my rating would be like, Marlene and I are fine, right? If Nawaz's energy stayed high, I would say that the meeting was probably somewhere around a 6. You know, for you, I knew it was going to be a 10, but anybody else in the meeting would have left the meeting probably. But I'm thinking we're probably at a 6 for how our team moderated.
Why
like,
is it probably? Why are you using the word probably?
Because it's just we've had 6
open it up to negativity. That's what I keep telling you all the time.
Yeah,
always negativity.
And we're allowed to be critical and positive, right? So I'm just saying that's how I feel the negative.
You're perfect. You're perfect. That's your thing of humanity.
But now I want to see how far off my intuitions were about how everybody sort of felt, and I just want to keep in mind that Nawaz might put on face, right? And your big thing, Michael, is authenticity. So I'm going to challenge all of us to be totally authentic and not put on face and make the safe excuses, which is, oh yeah, I had a wrench, and oh yeah, my English isn't so good. That's fine. I'm listening. I'm super engaged by Michael. There's so much wisdom. I didn't have time to talk. Those are all safe excuses, which could be true.
Why?
Which could be true, but I didn't sense that. I sensed that.
I'll answer it, Mark. Really eager to answer. I'll go after Michael. Michael, now you go ahead and I'll go after you.
I don't understand what you said. What you said, Navas? What do you think?
No, since Mark was speaking, now it's time for you. You can speak and without any interruption, and then later I will give clarity and how I feel and the ratings about the meeting.
Yeah, I think that, my feeling is that Navas, you're a warrior, like I am, like a lot of people here. You go out, you expose yourself. If you don't feel even strong, you expose yourself. And a warrior can handle wounds. I didn't say you need to speak better because you hurt somebody. I think I want to understand you. This is respect. And this is what Mark always does, because he looks at the binary world and falls into, he wants true smart, Mark, but he always falls in a binary linear world and says, he doesn't think that I said that to you so that I can understand you better. So it was very selfish again, that I can understand you better, and not I have to get a training. Where do you get a training to understand you better, Navas? Unless we talk every day and I understand you. Yeah, that's what Mark also says. So I feel it's a great meeting, and Mark is usually he brought his energy in, which is destroying what is working human-centrically. But And we need that because we need this to become stronger, Malena, Navas, and me. We all three need Mark to fire us up, even after a great experience. We had a great experience because I wasn't talking for me. See, Mark comes in and says, because you were talking, it was all about you. Yes, it was, and yes, it wasn't. Systemically, it was, not human-centrically. I always talk for everyone, not for you. I'm not talking for you. I'm talking whatever comes into me. And that's for me the highest truth. Might not be for you, but for me that is the highest truth. Okay, go ahead.
Well, Mark, you had most of the things right. So first, since I was little bit uncomfortable to interrupt Michael since he is our guest, and then he had a valuable points. Was like it was little bit hard to understand the little, not much. English was little complex. Like usual, like it is easy to understand Uswa and San because they share a similar accent, even though they are grammar is little worse. Then also I am able to understand, and I can also understand Mark. But when it comes to Marlena and Michael, it's little a bit hard to understand. So that made me go outside of the conversation, and I was little uncomfortable to interrupt. Then there was a small wrench, and I forgot to again on the camera. There was a power off here, so again I forgot to on. Then I felt a little bit uncomfortable speaking in front of the camera, seeing my own face here. So it's a little bit uncomfortable to feel myself uncomfortable. So I kept it off. So that was the reason to have it for a long time. And since I saw Michael is supportive, he just focus on understanding a human and being all natural. So I thought just be make myself comfortable so that I'm not acting in front of the camera. So I felt to go off the camera and focus on listening and like if I'm in camera I can't scratch my nose. Like it is not etiquette. If it is off, I can be comfortable. I can do whatever I want. So that was the reason behind it. And when it comes to managing the times, and at some point of time, managing times became useless because when we are not protecting our and others' time, then why to manage it? So it is literally useless. So we are having a natural flow and completely agree with Michael. Like having a natural sense, not on. Um, and I also agree with Mark because valuing others and each other's time make us have the productive meeting, but it also removes the natural connection among us as Michael. I think we must find the balance between both of us. And I feel when we go more meetings, we'll automatically gain that balance on whom to let speak more and whom and then we will automatically learn valuing each other's time. So my ratings for the team management, since Uswa was having lunch and she left, and I was the one managing, so I a little freaked out. I was thought of doing other roles and thought of taking the notes as a strategist. So little got confused in everything. So according to the managing the meetings, I will say I will rate myself three out of 10. So I was just able to do the executor role properly. That too not perfectly, I will say, because I am as a I had to value each other's time, but I didn't like I was unable to interrupt and was unable to end the meeting and land the plane. And that is because the lack of clarity, I would say, Mark. We should have talked about that video let me dedicate the video, and you are saying it is his video, and I don't know how that you Instagram video is Michael's video, because I don't see Michael here in that. So there was little lack of communication and clarity, and I think we can improve that for the next time or any other guest when they are coming. The core, I think it is very no, to ask the new person what is the core is clarity. If we have the clarity, then why are we asking it's we communicated it, then asking a new person, if we are not going to take his opinion, then why asking his opinion? So first we have to give what we are. So what is our community? As a oldest, anyone can introduce the quote. And I think Michael, I was not having the opportunity to introduce a quote. It is about defining the problems and the solutions and how we can implement. And it is about defining the flow roles, executor, relationship strategies, and influencer, and how we and keeps the flow state flowing. So it was all about that. But when we introduce this to the new person will get to know. Will feel more, hospital in this meeting, and get to know where we are moving, and he'll. And as soon as we suddenly ask what should be the core of the meeting, his mind is fragmented. He's thinking about other problems. All of these environment, and that will not match accordingly. So it is our duty as a board members to give clarity for the new person and make him hospitable to the meeting. So that is what my suggestions are. It's not a complaint. It is suggestions so we can improve and keep growing exponentially. Thank you so much. And most of the thing, Mark, you have a really great and you were right. But I never felt any racist or interruption. Uncomfortable and trying to make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Okay. I have so much to say, but both your videos are very loud. Michael and Nawaz, for some reason there's a lot of noise. I have so much to say, you guys, but I want to give Marlena a chance to maybe say everything I'm about to say. She might tie it all up because she's got some kind of superpower. Oh, shoot. My delivery just showed up. Of course. Go ahead, Marlena. I can hear you.
I'm not sure what to really add. I can see everyone's perspectives, and
That's it. Everybody's perspective. You can't add really ever anything other than you make it systemically and then say in systems this was not. We tried to give everybody the same time and you did, so you force people to castrate themselves. You're a woman, Malika. You're a woman, and that's already castrating you instead of you're a human.
Darn it. That was very strange rents just now. Right when I wanted to hear Marlena talk, my delivery showed up and he knocked at the door.
This was no ranch.
So
I was just agreeing with Malena.
what did she say?
all I said was that I don't know what to add because I feel like I agree with everyone's perspectives so far.
Well, no.
I
Well, how do you...
I can see
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
can see everyone's perspectives is what I was saying. So
Exactly, and I said exactly.
So Michael is right that I'm completely wrong in being negative, despite Nawaz affirming that I was pretty much
Don't
right the whole
force it.
time. So
Why are you forcing it?
because there's
No,
contradictions. What's
not,
that?
one is right, one is wrong. Both
Yeah,
have a point,
nobody.
both are right.
We are. And Nabas was very wise.
So
I
that's
love Nabas. I love.
so that's the point in a way is when you start doing the whole discussion, you start to see everybody's different perspectives on how they might have misinterpreted something or how they might have interpreted something correctly. So there is a right and there is a wrong, and there isn't a right and there isn't a wrong, but we got to do both of those in the right ways. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to say there actually is an objective reality, right? Was Nawaz uncomfortable because of Michael's comments or not? Nawaz said, yes, I was uncomfortable because of the comments, but the thing that might be different from what Mark is saying is that it might have been for a slightly different reason than he said. There's so much background noise, you guys, I can barely even hear my own feed. Can you mute yourself?
It's not me, it's Navas.
Is it? Nawaz? Oh, there's still a little bit of wind in yours, Michael.
I keep it's vehicle sound.
Yeah, it's both of yours. You got like some kind of wind there, Michael, or something. So Marlena, what I was hoping you would say is, yeah, is it still there now? It's gone.
No.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's gone.
It's Noah.
Yeah, there's both of them. Yeah, it's both of them. Okay, so I wanted to point in that the energy changed. The thing that would make the score higher for me, from my perspective, right, is that I wish Nawaz had a better time. And I thought, well, why isn't Nawaz having a better time? And all his nonverbal cues, I interpreted, looks like 90% correctly. To be honest, I think I'm 100% correct, but Nawaz is being very polite about it, which is one of his sort of superpowers because he never goes nuclear. You know what I mean? It's like incredible. And I think you saying I'm being super negative, Michael, it's actually you being negative on me. I'm just saying, hey, I want the space to be authentic and open. And I think something negative did happen, but it wasn't intentional. I don't think, Michael, you intended to do that, right? It's just that you're outside. There's probably some wind around you. You misheard him. You're not used to his accent. And then you kind of like
It's not about him. It's not about that. Mark, it's not about him to tell him, hey, I don't understand you. It's not about that. I say you were right, but I said, why would you when you can systemically destroy everything?
Why do you see this as a destructive moment, right? Like all I'm saying is you had an 8 out of 10 experience, and Nawaz had a 3 out of 10 experience, right?
No, it's not a disruptive moment. It's an unconscious moment because you saying your perspective. It's like I'm not saying it's right. I say you're right. You can't be wrong, Mark.
Okay, good. So why are you saying that I'm so negative and I'm destroying everything?
No, because that's who you are. Because the pattern that you expose of being saying with a super Christ, I need to save the people. I don't think it doesn't make sense from my perspective.
Here's what I would like to
understand every issue.
I would just like to
every
say
moment is neutral. It's what you say.
It's not neutral. Nawaz got so uncomfortable.
Right. Yes,
Nawaz got so uncomfortable. He literally didn't want to come back on screen.
Queen.
Well, no, the drama actually happened because he shouldn't have stopped on the timers either. Like when I thought he started going a little bit. What we call this is we hold on. Let me finish my thoughts, you guys. Just let me finish for a second. I think this was a simmering nuke, and a simmering nuke is that it doesn't get expressed. But where I thought it might become a simmering nuke is when he stopped doing the timers. And when you stop doing the timers, Nawaz, I thought, okay, we explicitly talked about don't give up on the timers because it might look like they're useless, right? When we were preparing for this meeting, I said it might look like the timers are useless, but keep doing all the roles, right? Because
now I know why the timer is important. I know that now. Not as a learning. I know it because systemically you can change everything after the fact.
Hold on. So if I'm not going to let Nawaz interrupt me, I'm not going to let you interrupt me until I'm done my comment, right? So the reality is, Michael, we predicted that there's not enough system in your life, and you're going to negate all the system stuff that I'm doing. But the reality is, what the timers represent, Nawaz, at the end, was that we were holding space for Michael. So even though it looks neutral and it was natural, it's not natural. It's not natural to have one person talk for 50 minutes and then at the end say, I spoke for everybody. That's not true, like 90% of the time. That's Michael's neurodivergent excuse to let loose and not pay attention to his time blindness, okay? And so I want us to pay attention to the timers, even when they look useless and not good, because it actually keeps track of these blind spots that we actually kept donating, and the donating is us showing that we're taking a hit, right? That we're not being acknowledged. We're giving our time to somebody, and we're giving our time to somebody because we had a collective goal ahead of time, and that goal was to have Michael have a great experience, not us. But my greater goal is that while making Michael have a good time, I want the whole team to have a great time. So how do you accommodate somebody like Michael with the system that protects everybody from his blind spot and all of our blind spots? And you keeping track of the timers, I was watching the whole time, right? It meant something to me because we're tracking the time across meetings. So you're just doing one meeting at a time, then the data goes away. But I just talked to coders to start tracking people across meetings so that it starts to balance. If there's an imbalanced meeting like this one's imbalanced, Michael got all the time, then everybody who was in here, who might have had lower scores and we're holding space for him, would go to a meeting where they got to speak more. So the whole thing is like ebbing and flowing. So the timers are the only way to quantify all that. Otherwise, it's just nebulous, and it's like
I have a question.
it turns
I have a
into
question.
prejudice.
I
Well,
have
hold
a
on.
question.
Nawaz was going to interrupt me earlier, and I just wanted to get that full point out. So if Nawaz feels like he wants to come in, great. Or if he wants to let you speak, okay, go ahead. But I just wanted to say, when you stop with the timer,
I want Megacrisis to speak. I want to hear his question.
yeah, go ahead.
What is more important for the team, not for you, Mark? What is more important to create magical moments that actually make us all grow? Grow is my thing. If you don't want to grow, don't talk to me because I want to grow from you and you grow from me. So it's about the dance, and is it about giving everybody the same amount of time? Because I know from I was in how many Toastmaster. I was in and I failed completely. So Mark, I will never fit into you because
You just did though, Michael. You just did. You had an 8 out of 10. You just fit in.
Because you were teasing me. You were teasing me. And
Yeah, that's because the system is allowed to let you be who you are when people are prepared, right? And we prepared for you. Most people can't handle you.
I don't want to be prepared. I don't want to be because I haven't. I have. Why would I have all these podcasts all over and that talk and group talks? Why would I have that?
Because Nawaz was going to interrupt you 100 times, and it probably would have broke your flow. And then you would have said, "Well, look at Mark, your system is breaking my flow," and you would have got mad and blamed the system. And so I said, "No, just let him go."
I say you belittling Navas. Navas is his own man. He decided to be here. He's here. Why would he be bad?
Ranch. Phone just died.
He learned. And I have to be also ready for the next meeting. But just to let you know, it's just the time is if everybody that is the negating the time that you say is negating the human centricity in nature. That's why when you are with nature, when you walk with nature, everything falls into place. Effort. If you walk against nature by making something artificial, because time doesn't exist, it's made up. It's made up to be physical. Time and space doesn't exist. So why would you want to do that? And that's you can. That's we need you to make us aware of that. You strengthen me extremely, Mark. With what you, I learned so much from you, Mark. Even in your thing, and I don't say you're wrong, but I think to manipulate is wrong. I think that's not to manipulate after the fact. Be in the moment. Marlena and I was dancing. If that's how I got it. If Marlena said she wasn't dancing with me, that's her perception. None of the perception is wrong. Marlena's can be. I felt our mission was our dance was good. Navas's dance with me was good. And now you say, I interpreted with my perception at the end. Why? It was good. Let it go. You watch it, quantum physics, you watch it, it disappears. It's done. Authenticity. I was authentic. I don't feel anybody wasn't authentic. Navas has a little bit from his culture where where actually they have a very spiritual culture, and that's has more impact. But there's nothing wrong with Navas. Navas is a warrior. Look at him.
Okay, great. So, Michael, do you have to go to another meeting?
What?
Do you have to go to another
Mark,
meeting?
your voice is echoing.
Oh, I got two things going here. Michael, do you have to go to
Where's your
another meeting?
monkey? I have to go. Yeah, I let you shred me, which is also perfect. Okay.
Okay, peace out.
So go and shred me. Bye.
Okay, so what I want to say right away before we go is it's very tempting to want to go with Michael is saying because it's less work. But we have a lot of work to do to solve the
Yeah.
mega crisis, right? It's so it don't do timers, don't do structure, don't do your
So
job,
the
don't do anything.
yeah, I went to check, see the checklist and to see whether I can do the relationship role or post any questions or songs in the chat. So that was the time I missed some timers. Yeah, and later we all didn't have time, and sometime I was spending in WhatsApp to chat in the same website. So that was a other thing when I miss handling the timers, and most of the time it was Michael talking. So there was no there is very less work to handle the timer or shift. And sometimes Marlene also was talking, but it was for very less time,
Yeah, and she was
and it was naturally flowing.
well,
Yeah,
it wasn't
it was
naturally
naturally
flowing.
flowing.
It wasn't naturally flowing. What was happening was that Marlena is hyper intelligent and was carrying the space and smoothing
Yeah,
over everything. So actually Marlena was actually doing all the work there while Michael was just basically doing his own thing. So despite Michael, like everybody's a little bit
yeah,
of a
being
contradiction,
himself.
right? So he's in his limit.
Michael was just being himself.
Exactly, but being yourself also means you're related to other people. And so when Michael first came into the community that I was trying to build, he basically decimated it. But what I noticed was he was actually deeper than everybody else. So I decided to protect him by saying no, he needs to be here. But we started using the timers to restrain his blind spots, right? And saying, well, he's not actually the spokesperson for everybody when he dominates like
While
that, right? So
well, Mark, I think it got disrupt from check-ins, and Patrice raised the hand for check-in, and I should have not given her the time to speak, and I should have moved forward to the check-in. But she would have got offended.
who's that? Who
Thought
got
it
offended?
must be a very Patricia.
Well, I mean, we could.
When check-ins, yeah,
I mean, we can go through that and how it could have gotten better. But we should have like it is.
yeah,
It's tough, right? It is tough. We should have like. There was a moment there where we could have bridged off and said, "Oh, hey, I wonder if Patricia has a thought about this," and kind of get her to do her check-in before she was about to leave. But
no. While Michael was doing the check-in,
yeah,
Patricia raised the hand, and I let Patricia to talk. So
no,
from there, the conversation got into uh, different. It got from check-in to it got something else. Yeah, it went for gratitude and all.
yeah, but I feel like if you would have cut her
So
off,
the
then Michael would have said, "Oh, look, the system is coming in and cutting off natural flow." So I feel like you
yeah,
kind of did the right thing there, right? But then we should have like as soon as she was done talking, we could have just got Michael to respond a little, and then transitioned, like bridge towards Marlena, do a little bit with Marlena, and then bridge into you, and then we would have been sort of like it might have taken us the whole meeting to get through check-ins, but that's sort of why Michael's very challenging is he likes to bust things down, and in the beginning it's kind of fun and good, but after a long period of time it doesn't go anywhere. So that's what we're correcting for
and
him.
Mark, I never felt offended because We know what is core, but Michael, as he's new, he didn't know what is core. And thankfully,
It,
Marlena
hold
made a
on.
bridge
Let me correct.
there.
I don't know if it's so much being offended, but I feel like it was an insecurity or there was something that got triggered. So it might be more of an insecurity where it's like, okay, you know, you're a little bit of a perfectionist and you take pride in your work and you have very high standards. So I feel like on one level there's a cultural thing going on here which could cause offense when things go nuclear. But on another level, I think the reason why you don't go nuclear is because you take it within yourself and then you try to keep improving, but it still triggered a negation and it made you feel uncomfortable. All these types of things happened. And then you sort of thought, okay, well, I'm uncomfortable with the timers too, so I'm just going to give up on the timers. And then you tried to transition to the other roles, which is actually great. But then, like, I knew that was happening. Like during the meeting, I was trying to pull you back, right? I'm like, okay, he's fading. I was trying to pull you back, but then you started ignoring my messages in the WhatsApp chat, right? And I said, okay, we're gonna have to land the
Yeah,
plane. And then I
and
thought you weren't responding, and I thought, okay, this is really there's something affecting you.
just a minute. I will send you a screenshot in WhatsApp so you can understand the problem. If I switch to this dynamic timer website, what happens is I cannot see the seconding and thirding because of this small pop-up window of Google Meet that will be coming on the small side.
Yeah, show
Like
how,
I'll
yeah.
send you the photo and check WhatsApp.
Okay, I'm in WhatsApp. Oh, which one? The flow rolls?
Uh, wait. I think that photo is. We have already tried sending. Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
now
okay.
you can see it.
Yeah. So what's happening here?
So as you can see, the view it blocks a little bit of you know uh, the this seconding notice, seconding and thirding. Then when I see your message, oh, then I get to know, oh, there is a seconding to do, oh, there is thirding to do. So that was a problem.
Well, this is a secondary effect. This might be true, right? But this is a secondary effect. The primary effect was that you had an emotional trigger and then it caused you to want to not engage with the timers and scroll up and move your screen. Because if you were engaged, right, you would have thought I can move the screen, there could be
No,
seconding. So
no, it was not in something mark, no, nothing emotional because even though it was emotional, it is my duty to take care of timers, right? The It was just a small negligence because uh, there was a very less managed timer and I was shifting the tabs. I came to WhatsApp and reading your messages and then went to checklist to check whether what I can other roles I can do since I'm not actively participating. So it was just switching the tabs and then it came to timers and view blocking so that I didn't saw the secondings. So that was small problems which led to little uh, my negligence
I hear
in
you. I hear you.
handling
We're kind of going around in circles, but
time.
I think those are secondary. Marlena, did you want to say something? I don't know why my intuition is saying to just get you in here really quickly.
No, not really. Go ahead.
Why don't you have nothing to say? It was a pretty intense situation.
I don't know. Nothing's like arising. I don't know why I have nothing to say.
So do you think that moment happened? Do you think that emotional moment happened?
I mean, kind of. Like yes and no. Like yes and no, I guess. Like it was a seed of potential for something to happen, but it's kind of in how you interpret it.
And how do you interpret it?
I mean, I think like
I'm sorry, Mark. I have to leave. I'm getting late. I had some work to finish, household works. So before the shops close. had to go do some shopping. It's 10:30 here.
Yeah, I hear ya. Okay, good luck, Nawaz,
Yeah,
and
that's also why I'm kind of not having as much to say as I kind of have to get going to and start doing stuff and go to the gym and all that before work. So
Yeah.
my brain is, I think,
Thank you
kind
so
of
much. Have a
checking
nice
out a
day,
little. Yeah,
guys.
have a good day,
Me
Nawaz.
too.
okay, peace out,
Me too.
Nawaz.
Evening.
Peace out, peace
Bye
out.
bye.
Bye. Okay, yeah, I feel like you are checking out a little bit, but that was a really wrenchy moment, and anyway, okay, well, hasta la vista, and
It reminds me of the Lena moment,
yeah, it has that feeling to it a little, and I'm
except it just went differently because it was interpreted differently. That's what I mean by like it has the potential to be like a nuclear something, but it depends on how it's interpreted or taken by the all the parties involved.
yeah, and I just wanted to expose it because it's just gonna stay sort of boring. Um, yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that the flow rolls don't get neglected by that because I was like, what the heck? Nawaz isn't responding at all. There was a moment there where I was like, oh, he's having electrical problems. Like I was rationalizing all the things he was saying. Oh, there's problems, blah, blah, blah. But there was a moment there I'm like, no, this is too much. Like there's too much going wrong. He's having a cascading negation. And, like part of me is almost like maybe he's ashamed of his appearance, which is a really deep, you know, there's something that I was sensing, and my vision is very clear. Like I'm actually, I'm seeing what's happening, and I think you do too. So that's why with Michael, getting him on board is almost impossible. So my goal is just to sort of use the moment to show the team why the system works and to get his rating at the end and say, okay, Michael heads off, and then we stayed back for a bit or tomorrow or tonight talk about it. And then just be radically honest. Hey, why did this happen? Like, why, Uswa, did you say that you would be here and do the emojis in the screen, and then you left your phone, but you went and did something else? Which is a pattern that I've been seeing for like the last month that she's doing too many things at once, kind of
Yeah.
situation. And that's why I got everybody to confirm ahead of time, so that that didn't
Yeah,
happen.
I've been noticing more that she like leaves during the meeting more,
Yeah,
or like during or like for just usually for just a few minutes, but it's like she doesn't. I've tried to prompt her to be like, hey, like say something if you need to leave for a second, like more than 30 seconds or something. Like type it in the chat, like, hey, my mother's bringing me food for a second. I'll be right back, or like whatever it is, right?
yeah.
But she hasn't started doing that, so I don't know why. But I tried to prompt her on that.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not the storm. There's a thunderstorm. I checked the weather. There's a thunderstorm going to happen in Pakistan, but it's not happening right now. There was a storm that wrecked like 67 power boxes, but they repaired 66 out of 67. So I feel like, and she played the video perfectly. There was no internet connection at all. But I think in international circles, it's very convenient just to say, hey, we're having bad weather, therefore things going wrong, when really they're working three jobs and squeezing this on the side because it pays four times more than the wages there, and they can exploit that. So,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
because I haven't paid her money right now, she's overcompensating by taking on extra chores in the house or something. So that's why for me it feels critical to make the payment today to keep them going, because that mentality, oh, why am I here? Right? That mentality, like, oh, screw this, will start to grow. And a little bit of it happened with Nawaz tonight, where he's like, okay, first of all, why am I talking to this racist white people? And then I'm not even being paid to be here. So screw these stupid timers, right? Like something like that is happening. And that's why I wanted to nip that in the bud right away. And then try and get the payments here. My delivery showed up right, it was really weird timing. Right when you spoke. And I wanted you, Marlene, in all honesty, to say, hey, yeah, Mark, I saw the same thing. Michael, you do have a blind spot, but I kind of thought you won't go as blunt as me because you're trying to preserve, you don't want to go nuclear, right? So you're a lot more, you're preserving your social capital more. And I'm like, okay, that's the role that I'm hoping that you can kind of play. and I'm the lightning rod, right? I called it the truth. Nawaz was like, actually, Michael, Mark is pretty much right about all of it. You know, instead of me being offended, though, there was more of an insecurity thing that I'm not proud of being brown, right? There's something like that there, which is a pretty intense statement. But whatever it is, whatever's causing insecurity, that's just an example of one of the things that could be out of 20. I was right, and Michael was wrong. That Nawaz was emotionally affected by Michael's behavior. And Michael didn't mean for that to happen. I was right about that too, but it is happening because Michael, when Michael's being authentically Michael, people have to get prepared for him. You know what I mean? They have to be prepared. So uh, the system worked to a degree, right? It worked good enough to have Michael have a good time, but it didn't work good enough for us to have a good time. So that's where I wanted all of us to see that. So anyway, that's what I was hoping you would do, and you did great though. Like you stepped up, you did the videos, you had such great ideas. It really, I think, Marlena, that you're maybe in a depressed state because life's not moving fast enough for you or something. You know, it's like often backwards. It's like when you're in Tahoe and your brain is moving as fast as your creativity, so you're not being restrained, and then you just flow. I think your environment right now, the brown house, is restraining you. So
I'm
when you,
definitely understimulated, like in that way, yeah, and restrained. I agree.
yeah, I think you might be much like even beyond governor school talent. Like what I'm seeing, like you picked up the timers, you did everything I did. I wasn't sure if you were gonna do it, and you did it, like pretty much all of it, and you got ahead of it. You started priming. Hey, Nawaz, you know, thirding, seconding, you're really fast. Like Uswa's fast. I think you're faster, and that's because yeah, you've been hanging around a lot, but in the moment, you're one of the people that doesn't crumble in the moment. You're one of the, well, not this type of moment anyway. So that's why I feel like once we get you engaged and start running things and, you know, in more of a leadership position with me here and not just following along what I'm saying, I feel like that'll be challenging enough to make you feel like, yeah, this is not restricting you. And you're good with negativity. You can stare a bloody Mary or a bloody Betsy in the face and say, "How are you okay?" and like continue on Canada. So there's something here where you reversed your role. You know, you rose to the challenge. It reminded me of Xena Princess Warrior a little bit. It's like, wow, she's literally she's carrying the team, right? Carrying Uswa, carrying the Waz, like carrying Michael. And I got to sit back for a second, and I just got to do emojis, and I was paying attention to the timers, and I got to do other things, and I didn't have to engage in the discussion while I was putting out all these fires and making notes. I noted the timestamps of everything that happened so we can trace back objectively when did everything happen? When did Nawaz shut down? When did the comment happen? When did Marlena take over? I actually mapped that out in 20 different events so that if we want to go back and say what exactly happened, then I can justify it here, 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 and here, and here. And that's, I was basically the strategist. So that's what I was spending most of my time on while Michael was talking. So the thing now is the next point forward after this is to get into the ELM tonight and say, what happened? How did we end up paying hundreds of dollars to you guys and nobody came and Nawaz didn't even do the timers by the end? The whole system almost completely, in fact, it did completely deteriorate. And even like it deteriorated right to the last moment. It's like right when we were going to play Michael's video, right? The tribute, he even undid that. Do you know what I mean? It was a really interesting situation. So talking about it tonight, I think, and saying, hey, why didn't you guys show up and being brutally honest? No more power outs or whatever. Like, no, we're not getting paid, Mark, and I'm going nuclear over it. My brother's doing this, my mom's doing this, blah blah blah. So Han's like, yeah, Mark, I was fighting with my wife. She says you're getting pulled into a cult. I don't like the proof of truth. This is crazy. We're not getting paid. You have a child. Get real. Get a job. Um, these are the real reasons. And um, that's what I think will move the conversation forward. So, are things happening around you? It's 11 o'clock now, my time, so it's 1 year time. Yeah,
Yeah, I need to get moving because I Need to go to the gym today. Otherwise, I will break.
Okay. Um. Okay. How? Okay. Well, I guess last thing is, you never did give your rating on the meeting, did you? For how everybody felt it, and then how much do you think my perspective was correct on things compared to Michael, who said like my perspective was a 0 out of 10? It sounds like he's gonna say no, it's more like 3. But how
I don't
accurate?
know, but I'm getting really overstimulated by sound right now.
Interesting.
Or like your voice. Like it's starting to really overstimulate me. Whoa.
What do you mean?
Whoa. Like I'm reaching a limit of stimulation.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. To be honest, I know there's a limit with you to cross over, and I'm trying to get you to be authentic with me, and then you're not. Your mind's not letting you do it. So I see there might be a nuke potentially there. So that'll be interesting if we get to it. But go ahead, work out. I don't want to break the routine. And yeah, we'll see you soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll see you soon. And I can give my ratings later. I'm just, yeah, I'm fizzling out, or my brain is fizzling out. I think I need to either take a nap or eat or something before I work out, or I didn't sleep enough, so maybe
Okay.
I'll try and nap here for a second. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's been hours.
um,
It's been hours. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. So let's take a break. We've earned it. We had a pile of
yeah.
wrenches, literally a pile of wrenches. So good job. I think we got through most of it, but okay. Break time. Keep celebrating. Peace.
Keeps the blade and
Peace out. Whew, I should take a break too. That's 4 hours. I'm processing what happened while trying to breathe and trying to enjoy just a little bit of food. I need a little bit of milk. I could try and make my own oat milk. I didn't get the tofu right. Okay. I need to take care of the food. Right. Yeah. The cereal is actually good. I bit my tongue earlier. Okay, most immediate thing is yes, getting the food. The store's closed. Whew. Okay. Responding to us, the Attorney General of Alberta. Mm. I'm sending my ethnographic study to the Attorney General of Alberta, or not the well, yeah, with the Attorney General of Alberta. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Okay. I'm pushing things here, and I'm tired myself. I want to order the food. I want to have some cereal. I don't have any oats here to make oat. Actually, I do have a little bit of oats here to make oat milk. Ooh, my muscles. Ooh. I have coconut milk here. Okay, that's an interesting email. Off to the. Ugh. Okay, what's happening? That's taken care of, and now we're going to focus on the food. It's already noon. Ugh. I feel weak for some reason. That's kind of bizarre. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I think I did buy this before, didn't I? Okay. I am so happy and excited. Oh no. Coconut milk. Okay. Oh. Dang. That is so good. Oh, okay. Exciting and interesting. Hmm. 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 Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, wow. Okay, so tofu, shiitake mushrooms, good olive oil, and that's it. Okay, to the washroom. I'm going to mute YouTube. We're playing music now that might have copyright. I'm really having a hard time sleeping here. I'm relaxing, but the fan on the computer is louder than normal. Oh, it's bothering me. These trackers keep running. Hmm. This jam is intense. I feel like I'm supposed to order this food now. And if I miss anything, big deal, I guess. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Mm. Wow, somehow it's already 2 o'clock. Wow. I feel like making a little bit of rice or something. A little bit of soy sauce. Feeling extra hungry. Extra hungry. Well, as I'm making that, my stomach is acting up. Okay. Fan is down. The tracker turned back on. Oh man. Okay. Interesting. I tried to sleep here, but the fan keeps going even when none of the programs are open because it's getting quite hot. It's trapping the air there. So I just fixed that. I'm gonna order the food now because my intuition is saying to do that. So I got the rice one. I was gonna be here soon. Oh. I think I'm just gonna use a lot of the money just for tofu. Oh wow. Okay. One down. Wow. I might have to switch streaming off that computer. It's pretty tense. That never bothered me like that before. Oh. boy. Okay. I think I'm just gonna order this. Cigar shiitake. It's a little bit hungry. I don't know. Nah, work. Okay. Oh. I think I pretty much have everything I need. I'm making some rice. I have to cook a couple of things tonight. It feels pretty nonstop. What's happening to me here? Okay. Well, I think I got everything I need for the meal, that's for sure. Oh, let's try it. Darn it. I'm out of cabbage. Oh no. Mm. Ooh, that's interesting. My stomach is a little bit upset with me. Ooh. Oh, the Canadian Judicial Council just responded to me. Whoa! Okay, so that means they are registering my complaints. Oh, thank gosh. Wow, that's a little bit of a pick me up. I'm in a little bit of a. It's a challenging state of mind because the hunger strike is extreme. Like I'm on the streams right now, and I'm operating. But I'm in an extreme medical state. It is challenging doing everything and thinking and court cases and Supreme Courts and activism and training and meetings twice a day and family matters and AI and videos and and eating properly. It's a lot of stuff, and I have to sit back and be like, wow, why is that not clicking? Why is this not clicking? Why is that not flowing? And I sit back and I think we're changing the world here, and we have to take a moment and challenge ourselves, but also appreciate ourselves. Even my beard game is starting to get challenging. Look at this. I mean, my sink broke. I ran out of soap. I ran out of almost all the basic necessities this time, so that's something new. Uh, so, and I have 6 court dates all in the next 2 weeks. That's actually the biggest thing too. And I gotta pay the freelancers, which is kind of nice. The money just came in. So I'm gonna have some easy peasy rice, and I'm gonna finish this order, and then I think that's pretty much the meal. I was going to try and make the rice cakes. I was going to try and make some kimchi. How do I make the kimchi actually? I'm like researching every ingredient for ethicality is with a little bit of a headache here and there. Oh, what do I need to make? I have a cooking show on top of the Supreme Court. It's a lot. Like, and when I cook, right, I cook for like 4 or 5 hours. So my feet feel like they're bruised. And I'm going to sleep at like 2 in the morning. So I mean, that's the biggest thing. I'm not napping in the afternoons like I normally do. So right, miso. Miko brandashi. The hard thing is preservatives and all these pastes. Miko brandashi. Does Miko brandashi The store that I would normally buy this stuff at. Okay, well, let's buy a couple of garlic. It won't show any preservatives on this stuff. Ginger, right. Oh. Of course, organic ginger root. Costs even more. And okay. Perfect. I think that's everything. So I think we will make our own kimchi and we'll make our own rice cake. And we have 3 different types of noodles. And I think that's pretty much everything I need to cook this. It's a lot. Here, let's order it. I think I have everything I need. Oh, vinegar. Oh, there is no. Huh. There is no vinegar. Oh my gosh. This is hard. This is pretty hard. Okay. I don't have enough funds, really. Let's see here. I'm just trying to finish up this order. I ordered a lot of sort of tofu and some lentils and some things to keep me going. Oh, come on. I don't want to reduce anything. Okay, let's check to see how much we have here. Oh, geez. Okay. Man, it's still pushing me over the price range here. All these novelty items. Oh my gosh. We're so close. Okay, that's it. Done. Okay, so that's done. I want to make some tahini. And I'm going to have some olive oil. Oh, excuse me. Interesting. My arms feel a bit tired. It's a little strange for me, actually. Why do I feel tired? Okay, so that's like nitpicking. Like I don't really need to go that hardcore, but I did. So I'm really stressing myself out for nothing, but I like to do the job. Okay. So it's getting pretty crowded in here, I have to say. Some nutritional yeast for complete proteins. I do think that the omegas are causing my stomach to be upset. It's fats that really get you on these hunger strikes. I'm noticing a lot. Let me see about this olive oil. stuff is not that right. Oh well. I'm still not arrived. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, this is good. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. I should have put some salt there. Pay them. This is not normal soy sauce either. This is the good stuff, not the very highly processed kind. Like it's processed, I guess, but it's the kind that doesn't have all the cancer in it. Okay, let's see what this tastes like. Mm-hmm. Man, that vinegar makes a difference. Mm. Oh, I just thought about the court case. So I'm sitting here on day 137 of the Worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike with my batch of rice here. I put some vinegar in it, and this soy sauce, that's the healthier kind, dark soy sauce. Anyway, I'm sitting here thinking that these cooking shows that I do, and this time it's gonna be South Korea, because one of my best friends was from South Korea. that these cooking shows display something important. That when you're trying to change the world, one of the first things that your opponents do. Ooh, stomach is still sensitive though. I had some olive oil. It's really hard on the weakened digestive system. One thing they do is they try and make you look like you can't take care of yourself and what's called the basic needs of the everyday. And one of those is cooking and cleaning. So my place is a mess right now, right? I'm not incredibly proud of it, but I'm proud of the fact that I'm holding on by a thread. A Supreme Court case, these lower court cases, 7 elite law firms bombarding me. My university, University of Alberta, I'm calling them out so that the public knows that where I'm coming from, because I think the University of Alberta will be one of the first universities, if not the first university, to align with universal logic and fix the fragmentation that's causing a lot of the problems inside of it. There's a lot of problems at the University of Alberta, and it's a beautiful university. We do not want these universities to collapse. We're trying to find a better way of sharing so that we have what's called ephemeralization, doing more with less. So in terms of environmentalism, it's how ecosystems sometimes work when they're properly balanced, and we're out of balance right now. So the University of Alberta is coming down on me too, and I have a lot of stuff going on. Freelancer, there's 80 people that want to work for these flow blessings that we have now, these flow rolls and the blessons, the blessing lessons on how the intergovernment works, whether you're scientific and atheist or whether you're religious and theist. It's the same universal logic. It's absolute objectivity. So we know how to align a government now with that, and a university, and every institution of truth, including artificial intelligence, will align with this. I'm holding on to all these things and doing a cooking show at the same time, and a vegan cooking show and an ethical vegan cooking show with no preservatives as much as possible, all organic. It's expensive. So all of these things are compounding on me right now, and my place is a little bit dirty because I don't have time to clean up. Like let me show you. I'm going to show you something very rare. Oh, I'm feeling stronger, but I'm still, I got the jitters. It's unusual at this stage. On day 3. So I want to show you something. Part of the mess. All these like things. Has to do with this pile right here. See what that pile is? All the way down my hallway. And look at it. This is my Supreme Court Canada case. I have to go through all that. These boxes are supposed to be filled with people. I've been filing complaints to the Canadian Judicial Council. That's the big judge body that makes sure that the conduct of the judges is ethical. Ugh. And they were ignoring my complaints for the last 6 months. They didn't ignore my first 2. To their credit, I like the Canadian Judicial Council because when they didn't know me, I filed 2 complaints right away, and they dismissed them. And it was when I filed that there was an abusive process on the appeals. And appeals is when the judge makes a decision, you don't like it, then you go to an appeal process. But my judge, and love goes out to him, Judge Summers, if you ever watch this, I'm not trying to come after you because I think you're a terrible person. I know you were the director of the Edmonton Community Legal Center, which also needs to improve. It's just that you missed a couple of important things, and I know that once you're entrenched in the system, it gets hard to get out of some of the milieu of everyday inefficiencies. But we need to improve now, and it's going to happen with my case. So if we can exonerate, or if we can have Judge Summers admit his mistake and have him be a part of the positive force of change that's coming with the Messiahs and this new spirit, then let's do that. But he did make a mistake and layered me up with a whole bunch of appeals at the same time, which makes it extremely hard on a self-representing litigant to keep up. And I was delayed for months because I was trying to figure out what was going on while going to school and having like 10 hunger strikes in between and a whole bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, and I'm on hunger strike. So the Canadian Judicial Council said that I wasn't experiencing an abusive process, that all these appeals was just normal process. And it's not. So they ignored me because I submitted another complaint, and they just said, no, you missed it. And I was like, no, it's an actual complaint. And then I thought they blocked my emails, but I kept submitting a complaint roughly once every four months. If you do it too much, they'll really call you a vexatious litigant. So I did it enough to know that, no, there's a problem here. So once I got into the Supreme Court of Canada, where they gave me a file number and they accepted my service. It's not accepted yet in front of the judges, but please, judges, please pay attention to this. This is a very serious institutional blind spot. I can't even believe for 32 days I was being injected with no legal counsel, nothing. And my family, who's normally there for me, was also confused because the doctors were telling them things that they weren't sure. The person in my corner was my sister, who was a doctor, so she's like, no, it's totally just my brother doing activism. So I was lucky I had a surgeon in my corner. But a lot of people don't. And so that's why this is a very rare opportunity to expose something in a positive way and have a major change. So the Canadian Judicial Council is acknowledging that now. And both the complaints I just filed here this week, they emailed back and said they're at least acknowledging them, which is beautiful. And I really appreciate that. So CJC, let's get this going. There's a lot of changes we can make for the better. My ethnographic study. I've been also doing an ethnographic study while I've been going to the courthouse, so I've been doing that too. And now it's coming to fruition. I've mapped out like 150 things that happened to me over 600 days, and from a whole bunch of problems. There's a lot in there. And I mapped out not just complaining. I mapped out what date, what's the problem, what do I think the solution is, how did I discover it, when did I discover it, where's the proof. I took quite a bit of time to do that for most of the items. And I think that's why this is very rare. Not just complaining, this is something that has academic merit. And not just philosophy with universal logic, but also just practical judicious for the judiciary. And because we're starting an intergovernment, that's also the executive branch and all these government GovTech stuff we're doing with the GSD synchronicity system too. There's a big patent, 200-page patent with all of this to help us create flow states reliably. So that's a lot. And it's a bit of an update. So I hope you guys appreciate we're going full blast. I'm going full blast for you. We have like 5 months left or so before AI starts coding itself 100%, plus or minus. I'm thinking intuitively 3 months. Hopefully plus 3 months. That's the major deadline right now. So let's get on this. I'm going to enjoy my rice. I'm waiting for the plumber to come because my sink broke. My drain got plugged because of all the all the wives out there, especially Muslim wives. I feel you. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I'm holding on here. It's hard even for me. There's a lot happening. I actually just realized I sued probably 3 or 4 or 5 ministers in my province. So I'm like, oh wow, I didn't intend that. It's just the institutions have been blocking me, so it led to that level. And the Attorney General now is messaging me, or their staff, who also ignored me in the beginning. So it's all starting to happen where I think I'm praying that the Supreme Court is getting everybody in line and be like, no, let's get this as a landmark case so we can change something fundamental and have something actually just, an actual justice system, not just a legal system. The police taught me that when they were arresting me when I was doing my hunger strikes. They never charged me, by the way. I don't have a criminal record. They arrested me 10 times when I was on my hunger strike in front of the courthouse, and when I went and looked, not once was I charged. And to be honest, a couple of the sheriffs and the police came out to my hunger strikes late and told me the truth. They said, we're sick and tired, Mark. You're right, but you got to get your act together, which is what I'm doing. and I'm doing it on behalf of them, even though we do know about police brutality. There is George Floyd, Black Lives Matter. We need to not get rid of the police force necessarily. It will eventually transform into something different, God's government. But we need to have de-escalation be the main funding training program, not the shooting guns. That's attracting what's called abstract negation rather than sublation. Sublation is the power of the word, and we can supercharge that with universal logic. Okay, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat this. My deliveries are coming from an Indian store. I'm getting kala namak. That's the stuff that makes egg for my bimbap, bibimbap. It's this South Korean dish with a little egg on top. But I'm vegan, so I'm gonna make my own little egg with this this pepper that makes it taste eggy, kind of sulfur. So wish me luck on that. Join me on the Facebook group, One World Spirit Vegan Meal Plan, if you want to see me cooking it and then eating it, like mukbang, very famous in China. We'll bring reason to earth, ideality, kingdom come, and you can be a part of it. So, all right, this is a bit of a bigger update, but I have some energy now, and after this, we need 478 blessings. So, hopefully, we'll see you in there. Okay, keep subletting. Peace. Oh, that was a bit longer than I thought it would be. Hmm. Hmm.
There's a new restaurant. Anyway, I'm sitting here thinking that these cooking shows that I do, that these cooking shows display something important. That when you're trying to change the world, one of the first things that opponents do is well, it's very hard yourself into basic needs of the everyday. It's cooking things. My family Supreme Court case, this lower court case, $7 million my University of one of the first universities, if not the first university, to allow with universal logic to fix the fragmentation. It's a lot of problems inside. There's a lot of problems inside. It's a beautiful universities trying to share so that we have it's called the federalization of floods. So in terms of environmental
Hmm. All right, let's let that upload. What the heck? Foxy Romanchuk started following me. Foxy Romanchuk followed me like 8 months ago. Something bizarre. I'm being blocked. Like, it should not be okay that these private platforms can block charter protected activities. It's like we don't have traditional media anymore. So if the private companies don't cover any social events, then they have the power to block political activism. So things are changing. My bowels are just moving here. Okay, I'm gonna use the washroom. Okay, groceries are on the way. Plumber should be on the way. That is updated. My stomach is digesting. I'm gonna save a little bit of room because I have this really nice Korean noodle coming that I've been craving. So I actually forgot about it. The noodles that I normally eat are South Korean noodles, so that's kind of worked out. So I'm also gonna have to start cleaning up the place so I can cook tomorrow morning. I'm not gonna cook tonight. It's just too much. I'm gonna get a good night's sleep because when I feel like this, I know it's because I didn't sleep properly. And I plan my whole day around my naps. I plan my whole day around a nap in the afternoon. And I've gotten used to doing that because it makes a massive difference. You actually enjoy the second half of your day. Even if you're working hard, it allows you to enjoy the whole day. Like me. So that's how I'm able to do the work of like 10 people and stay happy and flow and caring and loving and compassionate. Wise love, though, not blind love. We're not fools in our love. The plumber's coming, so I might as well use the washroom and get that out of the way so I'm not. Oh, the plumber's not coming. Oh, the plumber's not coming now. So let's save this rice. Oh, for when noodles come in. I am tired actually. 5 o'clock. So I have coconut oil open. I made this delicious coconut oil peanut butter granola crunch. Should I try and sleep for the next 2 hours? Have a good ELM, but then I might not be able to work. I might work too late into the evening, stay up again till 2, and then repeat the cycle, you know? Hmm. I'm just thinking of calculating the blessings from the special that we had this morning. Let's see. Wow, that fan is really standing out to me right now. Somebody's looking at it. Somebody's looking at the blessings. I'm actually. These earplugs. The fan's actually really bad now. I think it's because it's starting to get worn out. Streaming for 4 months straight. Oh, that actually worked. All right, we have earplugs in my ears. I can still hear the fan through them. That's okay. I did 137 or so. Okay. Actually, I feel like I might actually sleep. Now that I know the plumber's not coming. I'm researching the. I'm catching up on a bunch of messages from people who are messaging me and the team. I was doing all the research for the meal, and I'm thinking to myself, why does it take like 4 hours to go shopping? It's because I'm literally researching every single item, like the ginger, the noodles, the preservatives. I was looking at the sesame oil. I don't even get any sauces anymore. No chili oils, nothing, because they always have preservatives in them. So that's why I make all my own sauces, my own miso, everything. Unless it explicitly says no preservatives or. So while I was doing all that research, I'm catching up on all these messages about Israel and Palestine and world news. And I got another I got 5 messages about the Supreme, with string to the Supreme Court case. 2 CJC, one on the October 20th case with with the Alberta Human Rights Commission and the Attorney General, one for the University of Alberta, and one more. So I'm looking up the Alberta Attorney General because they want me to take them off the case, but I'm intuitively feeling like the Attorney General is probably the main reason why I'm in such an abusive process, because they're not doing their job. So I might keep them on the file to say, hey, look, like nobody should have to go through 4,000 hours of grinding, holding on by a threadness to have the merit of their case. I haven't even had the merit of my case heard. This is all procedural trickery. 650 days of procedural trickery. Oh. Okay. The food is on the way, so I can't really fall asleep. Okay. Oh, okay. Changing my mung beans while I'm up. Oh. Mm. Ugh. Oh. I want to eat more, but I won't. I'm gonna wait for the food to come. So I just sent another email. I think I am going to keep the Attorney General on the application. I'm trying not to let the legal emails pile up when they come in. I just try and address them right away and make some kind of advancing comment of some kind. Like even just now, she's pressuring me to take the Attorney General off the application as a party. You're supposed to serve the Attorney General, and ChatGPT said to serve them, and I took that to mean make them a party. Uh, but I'm just supposed to send the application, not list them as a party. But I'm glad I did, because the problem is increasingly having to do with the entire design of the judicial system, which is not to do with the Alberta Human Rights Commission. It has to do with the Minister of Justice. So it looks like we're suing the Minister of Justice directly, and I wonder if I already did that. I sued the Minister of Public Safety, but I don't know if I listed the Minister of Justice. I might have. Anyway, they're listed now, but now not as the Minister of Justice, but as the Attorney General, which has the same person does both roles apparently in Alberta. So far, I'm learning. I'm doing a little bit of a deep dive since I'm waiting for the food to arrive now. So, and these earplugs are working. The fan. Yeah, it's definitely still. My computer's probably gonna break soon. This is my main computer. Hopefully, it will last another month. It's do or die. Either we the movement starts this month or it's not going to start. Plus or minus a week or two. We are actually creeping on the ahead on the blessings. This meeting here will be a tense one potentially. Oh, I gotta pay the staff. Okay. All I'm doing is catching up on my emails, and all these legal emails are in there. And here I am 40 minutes later, and I'm still dealing with checking my emails, which is totally fine. What? We're sorry for the inconvenience. Tap. What is the inconvenience? What is happening? Hi, Neo. Okay, chipping away one thing at a time. So we're learning about the Attorney General. Works on reforming laws to improve fairness, efficiency, or clarity. They're saying that the black salts. Please just work. Oh, our species is trying to really figure this all out. So it looks like the Attorney General oversees legal processes related to consumer protection, human rights, family law, and civil law. Has the power to initiate investigations or legal actions in the public interest. Interesting. Wow, I sent the I sent him the right document. I sent him the ethnographic study of my experience. There's like a little aching tiredness in the back of my mind. Um, my guts feel full, like inflamed, and it's probably the omega-3 and the olive oil. Probably a little bit of the peanut butter, but peanut butter doesn't seem to be as bad. Oh. I'm ordering from this Indian restaurant, and none of the orders, none of the items I ordered are in the store. It looks like all the good brands are not available for the high quality curries and all that. So I'm a little bit nervous. There might be some racism going on, but they shouldn't really be able to see who's in the app, right? So it's probably very likely not that. Probably just high demand. Ah, jeez. GC dill seeds. What the heck is dill seeds? Wow, this is turning out to be a good thing I wasn't asleep. Wow, this is really interesting. Trying to tip this guy. I'm doing this deep dive on the Attorney General in the UK on ChatGPT. Wow, this guy's trying to buy black salt in this Indian marketplace that has none of the brands that are advertised on the app. Excuse me. I didn't get any red cabbage. I'm actually a little bit nervous. I didn't get any more peanut butter and no red cabbage, which is making me nervous. These have been my two staples since I started the hunger strikes. I feel empty without them. I did have some red cabbage. I finished it in my fridge, and I do have peanut butter. So it's not like I didn't have any on this hunger strike, but I don't. I feel like I'm almost preparing for the next meal already. All these prices are more expensive. I feel like there's some kind of more manipulation going on in the order again. Growing pains of the human species. Oh, this is extreme. Global choice tamarind, sure. Quality tamarind without seeds. What am I paying for now? This is this is intense, man. I'm going over every single item that I already spent like 3 hours going over for these high quality organic products, and like none of them are there. So now we're going over the next substitutes to see if there's any preservatives in these replacements. Like, why is it that the food on our shelves aren't is not just real food? Like that would be nice. Like, oh, contains real food. Well, like, why doesn't all the food on the shelf contain real food? Oh, oh, yeah. The oils. What's the oil? Oh boy. I'm telling this guy they're gonna leave a message for him. Oh my gosh, this is weird. This is like a lot of stuff happening. My stomach is upset and it's not going away as quickly as I want. The meeting is in 20 minutes here. What is happening here? There's a huge big whatever. Huge bag of China masala. I don't know. I'm just gonna buy it all. Whatever. I need to get something in here, I guess. Okay. Literally every item I ordered, literally all 8 items are now lower grade or open and might have preservatives and are not the right brands. So yeah, and it took my shopper an hour, and then it took me another hour when I spent a long time researching all these items. And it's very suspicious that not a single item was available. Not a single one. And it's like chickpeas and black salt and like not super niche items. So anyway, it's very strange. It is October 6th, 2025, 6:31 p.m. at Center Time. I'm hoping it's something that's not racism. Okay. Or some kind of manipulation by the algorithm. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So while I was doing all this, ChatGPT and I are planning for October 20th and made an application in defense onto why the basically the Minister of Justice or the Attorney General of Alberta should stay on the Alberta Human Rights application that I'm on due to a periphery of other cases that I filed against the Minister of Justice over the year, where they know very well about me and the 600 days and 35 court appearances and 150 motions that is completely drowning me, and now I'm in the Supreme Court of Canada on top of that. So, like, come on, you're gonna throw my case out because I filed on a Sunday and I missed the deadline by 1 hour when it says on your own website that it's good for the next business day. It's like, come on. Oh, it just turned off my, what just happened here? Shit. Here, stuff. Uh, have to do it all over again. Oh, shoot. Oh, perfect. Oh man, I am amazed. Okay, we're back on Instacart the next day, and I shopped at this Indian store, and literally every single item was needing replacement, and it took me and the other guy an hour to talk with the staff and replace the items. It was brutal, and they're lower quality. They might have preservatives now, and it might be more expensive. So I'm asking to compensate. When just yesterday they told me there was these fancy vegan candies at one of the stores, and I went there, and it was a store that I don't normally shop at because it's not as ethical, and they weren't there, and they hadn't been there for 7 months. So here's another example where it's not just one item that's not there, but literally all of them in their brands were not there. So that's suggesting that there's something wrong here. Anyway, making this recording on October 2nd, 2025, 6:50 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I'm trying to file this case against the Attorney General. This is adding another hour when I had already spent a couple of hours looking up all those ingredients to see if they're ethical with ChatGPT. And now none of the brands are relevant. So it feels wasteful. Anyway, just more evidence that something is wrong. Shoot, easier. Am I moaning you by accident?
Mark, can you hear?
Yes, I just got done with an order here. It just finished, so yeah, let's get started.
Okay, so our time is started now. And I think there's nobody else. So I'm trying to do all the roles. I'm sharing green screen in front of which is right. But how do I share timer screen?
You don't have you can try it on your phone. Because if you're using it on oops, if you're using one on your laptop, then you can try the other one on your phone maybe. I was trying to plan for this meeting. It's just non-stop stuff happening, which makes life interesting. It's just a lot. So anyway, yeah, try and use your phone to share the screen if you can. Did you hear me, Uspa? If you use your phone? Just about.
It's quite difficult for me because I have to switch on mute button while speaking. But I'll try. I'll join on my another device, and I'll play the green screen on this device and timers in my laptop.
Okay, perfect. And the thing too is actually we might as well use today for you to practice like Sahan and I did. Uh, you can actually open up another window if you're in Google, you can open up in 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 incognito mode and then log in as a guest into the room, and then you'll be able to share a screen again. So you can use one of the screens to do a video and the other screen to do the timers. Whichever ones are processor less intensive. Like if you want to run the green screen on your phone so that you only have to run one video on your laptop, um, that might be an idea. And see if you can get all the screens up. Ideally, Chizzy would come up. Yeah, actually, it might be good to put the green screen on your phone, put Chizzy on one of the tabs, and put the timers on the other one. And then you would literally have all the screens up, I think. It's a lot, I know. That was an awesome Aladdin song, though. That was a great choice. Mm. And this way you literally can like be a one woman army and do all the florals for real. Yeah. San did it with two laptops, but
Okay, that's a great idea. I, now I'm sharing both screens. So, thank you for coming online. Start and end of time, spectrum time, and the self-literal time. So, what is, why is everyone so tired in April 1st? Because they just finished a march of 31 days. So, Muhammad spearheading for the second time, empowering people with the right to flow into cities, and Muhammad's spirit is our inner government without the God of mercy for all his universe logic. We have four florals. My name is Suswa, and I'm the executor who makes sure meetings are fair with timers. And I'm also a relationship builder, and I help people build up. Also, the strategist, and I have to keep track of new ideas going through this meeting, and also managing influencer role, and where I cheerleader and they have communicate things better and will say the blessings. So today's blessing goes out to those who are homeless, and especially the people of Palestine and the children of Palestine who have lost everything after the war. And as all we know that winters are coming, so they have no shelter, no food, and no warm clothes. May God help them and meet us humbly of their sport. Now, take a deep breath and hold it for 10 seconds. Hold on. And now release it just like that and go for the normal senses. And so it is. So, yeah, moving ticker check-in. So we are going to do our check-in. 1 minute for straight time. So 1 minute and 30 seconds for straight time. So it's straight time. So please, Mark, go ahead and do your check-in.
I'm literally, as I'm trying to talk to you, both my orders, both one finished and one started right at the beginning of this meeting. It is a really wrenchy kind of day. It is really shocking and incredible, actually. I shopped just now, Usva, at an Indian store to get some kala namak, which is vegan. It makes things taste like eggs, like vegan eggs. It's black salt. So there's only one Indian store in my whole city that has it. So I ordered there, and I bought a couple of other items there too, like palak or chana masala, or not chana masala, chickpeas basically, and urad dal and a few things. And not a single item was there in the high quality brand that I ordered it in that has no preservatives. So every single one of them had to be replaced. And now in the other store, the South Korean store, it's doing it again, it looks like. So it's interrupting me right now. So anyway, I'm happy the food's coming though. I'm gonna have some Korean noodles, but yeah, I'm probably still I'm exhausted. I plowed through the whole day. I didn't have a full nap, and this morning's meeting was really intense. It was Nawaz got. It was very interesting what happened to Nawaz. So I can't see my timers. Oh, I'm totally out. I'm gonna say I'm still feeling, to be honest. I don't know why. The Canadian. I'm feeling like, let's just say a 7.8, despite being exhausted. How are you?
Okay, that's great. So for me, today has just started. It's off to a good big food, and I'm so sorry I couldn't join the special event today, yesterday. But I hope it went really well. And as for today, the weather feels amazing. There is a chill in the air, giving off cozy and cold vibes that I really enjoy because winter is my favorite season. So overall, the start of the day feels nice and refreshing. So I would rate it 8 out of 10. And yeah, so we are moving to the next. 1 minute to vote, please, per call.
Oops. Let's do a so let's do a graduation. So Uswa, we're gonna put a minute and a half, and you can say I want to try and do a graduation. We're like, okay, we got a graduation here. So what will happen is, um, the new people will get a chance to say what they think the chorus, and then when the out of the experienced people, the person who wants to graduate can prove that they can say the entire core by memory, which means they're gonna have to show their face to show that they're not cheating or show some kind of way. I don't know how if you have an idea on how to solve that problem. How do we prove that somebody's saying it by memory and not just reading off the sheet? Which it turns out that both Nawaz and Sahan were both reading off the sheet. So yeah, if you want to be one of the first graduates, then we can do that right now. And since there's nobody new, we can try and practice it right now. So let's try and do it smoothly. Just try and reintroduce the core, and then say, and we have one graduation to do, and then you'll just like pull them up, and then we'll cheer them on if they succeed. So let's try it right now and see if you can do the whole thing, including your blessing level. Right? Don't skip that part, because it's more interesting when people hear you saying it, because you're priming the space for the future of their education. So yeah, let's try and introduce the core that way with this new element that Sahan and I talked about. and then we're sort of like graduating people on the course so they can tell other people. But yeah, go ahead and let's try one more time.
Starting with core.
Yeah, reintroduce the core. Yep, with the graduation part in it. This is just every single item has to be replaced. All 8. Take over now.
The core the implementation is floral and frogs. So core 1 is the problem, and one's Megacrisis and Polycrisis.
Well, hold on, Usa, did you say the graduation part?
I didn't get graduation point.
Really? There's a really bizarre issue, Uswa. Either you're switching off the screen and you can't hear us talking for a couple of seconds, but it's like sometimes you'll hang up and we'll talk to you right after, and then you won't respond for like a minute. So what we're thinking is happening is you're switching your screen, or you're going to go talk to your mom, or something's happening where for like somewhere between 7 to literally 60 seconds your connection blanks out, and it's not happening to anybody else, so it's it's strange. So what I was telling you was we're gonna try and graduate people on the core, and if you can say the core in 1 minute and 30 seconds, including your blessing level, right, and you unpack your blessing level, then that you graduate and you say, yep, now you're in the group that can rotate because you know the core by heart, not by memory. So, but you're gonna introduce the core and say, okay, guys, we're gonna do the core, and we're gonna have the new people kind of go first and say what they think the core is, and then when they're done, we're gonna do a graduation, and then if they pass, then we're done, and then we're gonna set the timer for 1 minute and 30 seconds, and Uswa is going to try and graduate on the core, and then you try. Okay, does that make sense?
Seriously, I didn't get it. Can you confess yourself so I can try that?
Yeah, we're just adding a graduation in there, just so that we can sort of like christen people, I guess you could say, that they actually do know the core by memory and they're not just sort of reading off the page. And then this way, it gives us a way to verify if somebody's ready to be in the knowledge, the people who have memorized it. So you would just say, hey guys, we're gonna do the core, and we're gonna do new people first, and then we're gonna have one graduation, and it's gonna be Uswa right after. And then when the new people are done, it's like, okay, we're gonna go with the new people. We're gonna go with the graduation. Now that the new people are done talking and saying their type, their core, and then yeah, you try and do it in 1 minute and a half with your blessing level. In the 2 sacred sentences, you would say, I'm doing level 5-1 dash, 3, logic, nature, spirit, that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Sorry, your voice are very cut off due to I think signal problems. So can you type this in chat so I would make understand better?
Yeah, I can type it in the chat again. Okay, there you go.
But I think there is no member today, so
It's you, Uswa.
just
Yeah, you're gonna be the first one. We're gonna practice with you.
okay.
Okay.
So starting with the core of onward spirit.
Well, let's try and introduce it. Like I just want to hear you say graduation just to get used to that word, and then yeah, we'll I guess I'll be the other person. I'll try and run the timer for you, and then see if you can do it in a minute and a half. So just start and say, hey, we're gonna do the core, and we're gonna do the new people first, and we're gonna do one graduation. It's gonna be Uswa, and then so try and introduce it like that, and then say that you're gonna start, and then we'll practice.
So we're going to do a revision of the core. Core is the onward spirit on time compression, wisdom, problem analysis, and the solution, the pre-succession time, and then implementation, flow roles and flows. So the new people here is me, and the most experienced person is me here. So I give me 1 minute and 30 seconds to say when I'm ready. So I without screen on.
Yeah. Well, you can try. We have to figure out how to do this without we have to have some kind of proof somehow. But yeah, we'll just do it for now for fun, and then we'll move on.
Okay, so the core is a problem between points, megacrisis, polycrisis, and under megacrisis we have declining agency in love, spirit, communication, coordination, and yeah, and the heart of heart is fragmented consciousness. And at the polycrisis we have AI, CRISPR, whiteboard 3, nature and climate, and mental health. And the solution of all of them is universal logic. And Courthouse is a separate solution in separate sentences, empowerment sentence. One was spirit in follow separate type, empowering people with the right to follow universal tools. And spirit is our inner government to learn for all see universal logic. And core 3 is implementation.
No, you gotta do your blessing level. Yeah, you gotta do your blessing level too.
I'm back to the blessing. I'm back to the blessing. It's a air chunk of level 5-3. For two solution by two separate sentences, and they have empowerment sentence, content sentence, and air chunk. So core 3 is implementation through flows, which are executor, which keeps in clear relationship builder.
Oh, good try, Uswa. You didn't graduate. That's because we had to stop and correct you with the blessing part. But that's what a graduation is, right? And if they do it, great, everybody claps. If they don't do it, we say, oh, come back next time. And then the next experienced person will go. And I'll just say, yeah. And it's flux and flow rolls and flocks. Yeah, relationship builder or executor keeps things smooth. Relationship builder keeps things loving. Strategist keeps things, keeps ideas and goals tracked. And influencer makes things blessed and communicative. Flock strategy is 28 people that we contact, having 37% success and 6 to 9 of them learning the core and starting their flocks. and then them helping their flux go exponential before AI codes itself in 6 months. And that's it. That's the new core.
Okay, great. Now I get it, and I will improve in next level. So for now, we are moving to the next default dictionary, which is the wisdom team problem. I see one more here for 10 minutes. So it's a fast free flow, so you can go ahead and anybody can jump in and say about um, they are facing which problems as individually, as a team, or as globally. So yeah, it's a fast free flow. You can go ahead.
Yeah, so Usa, how would you solve the problem? Like if we have to kind of prove in an equal way, in a fair way, that people are memorizing it, but we can't have any Pakistani women on the screen, or not many of them. How do we prove that they're doing it by memory and not just reading off the paper, you know?
Yeah, that's a great idea. And this is the way from we know that people are actually memorizing or just read the script. So I think that's a great idea that open your mic and on the screen. For me, um, I uh, I just say that I will try to just show my eyes, and then now I'm closing my eyes and I repeat the memorized score, and I think that will be okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to do that, sure. Okay, well, we can try that next ELM, and if we can have more witnesses too, then we have more people vouching. I guess we can only really do a graduation if there's two people that witness. Otherwise, it's a little suspect. But okay, if you're cool with that, then we'll try that next time. That solves one problem. Um, and then what other problems do you think we should chat about here? 7:30, or we're halfway through.
What's about yesterday, especially the EM? Did Michael like it?
Yeah, we got an 8 out of 10. Yeah, it's just that Nawaz didn't. The team sort of fell apart, so our experience was not great, and Nawaz got pretty demoralized by the end of it. It was really, it was extreme actually. He got cut off. Um, one of my friends cut him off and said, "I can't understand your accent. I don't know what you're saying to me." And it was kind of a hurtful moment. And he didn't mean it to be hurtful. He was just frustrated in the moment, and Nawaz kind of didn't know when to interrupt and kind of shut down and was confused because we were supposed to follow the default itinerary, but then we were breaking the rules for Michael because Michael doesn't like rules, and but because it was about Michael, we allowed him to do whatever he wanted. But in a normal ELM, right, where we're respecting everybody's time, we wouldn't. He would cut in on Michael. It's just that if we cut in on Michael this time, he would feel like, oh, this is so contrived, and we wouldn't have got the 8 out of 10. But we did get the 8 out of 10, so it worked. But Nawaz sort of took the hits and felt like he had done something wrong. And I said, no, you did. I said, you didn't. The only thing you did wrong is you gave up at the end. He started withdrawing into himself and turned off the screen and didn't want to be seen and didn't feel comfortable anymore, and you heard him and me in the back chat. Him and I were trying to figure out, like, what the boundaries were because he was confused. So so in one sense it was kind of funny, but in another sense it was actually a very serious issue of racism and racial divides and language barriers and stuff that really does cause wars between nations and people. So it's what we call a simmering nuke. It didn't go full explosive, but it shut down Nawaz, shut him down. So we tried to talk about it afterwards, and I tried to get him to be honest and say what it was, and they pattered around it and said, "Oh no, I just had an internet problem and I had a whatever, blah blah." I said those are a bunch of convenient excuses. But was it this disconnect point? And he said yes, it was. So that was very brave of him, and that's the kind of radical honesty that will create real psychological safety, so we can stop playing games and putting on face and pretending, and actually get down to how do we actually heal the world. So it was really good like that. So him and I talked it out a bit, and we should probably, I want to do another special, but I want to get a little bit better in terms of the conversation about why did so many wrenches happen before the meeting, when we had all confirmed, 2 days earlier that we were all good for that time. So that includes you, I guess, Uswa. Okay, I'll hear your version first. What happened in your point of view, and then I'll tell you what it looked like from our point of view. Oh, welcome, Joe. I guess I can donate a couple minutes to Joe. I'll give Joe 5 minutes.
Oh wow.
I have 15, so I guess I can donate. You're running all the flow rolls, Uswa, so I'll help you out there. What? Yeah, no problem. And Joe, did you make it for the special with Michael? Or you dropped out right before that, right? Yeah, it got like nuclear. It got like it was a simmering nuke. It was really tender. It was a tender kind of moment. But we had some like racial divides and language boundaries and some emotional shutdowns and withdrawals, and it was yeah, it was a something. Michael can have that effect on people. He's good natured, right? If there's anybody that I would allow to sort of do that, it would be him, because he can't help it, right? He's doing his best. But yeah, I was just talking to Uswa about it because she was asking what happened, and we did get the 8 out of 10. So the system did work. Michael did enjoy the meeting. So it did work, and then afterwards we talked about what we did to achieve that result. But Nawaz took a hit for it, and yeah, he tried to interrupt Michael, and Michael didn't understand him and said his accent was too thick and couldn't understand a thing he was saying, and then he didn't know if he should interrupt or not and follow the default itinerary and the structure, and then he just got so uncomfortable he shut off his screen, stopped doing the timers, and just like withdrew and stopped responding to me at some points, and then we called him out at the end. It said, be totally radically honest and authentic, be yourself. And then he said, yeah, he said it wasn't just the internet power. He said, yeah, I did feel like that was the moment of disconnect. And it literally, Joe, happened within like literally, it only took about 7 or 8 seconds, and it just ruined the rest of the meeting for Nawaz. But Michael still got an 8 out of 10 because Marlena smoothed. She saw exactly what was happening. She smoothed it over. She's a genius. She really is. So she picked up the slack and held the space while I was working with Nawaz. So it was kind of a beautiful team dynamic. Actually, we got through. We got an 8 out of 10. And then at the end, yeah, we talked with Nawaz and said, no, Nawaz, it's okay. Michael's an extreme case. So though, there were so many wrenches today, we invented a new term. We call it a pile of wrenches. Like the team literally fell apart before we even got to the special. We had headaches, we had internet connection problems, we had people jumping off, people going to work. We had so many crazy things happen, and computers were failing, and it was like it was our second worst day. It was probably our worst day actually. And then I was asking even Uswa. She said that she could make it to the meeting, but something bizarre happened on her side too. And you walked in, Joe, right when I was going to ask her to be radically honest, like Nawaz, and say what really happened. Okay, so you're in for a juicy ride, Joe. Juicy ride, Joe.
I mean,
is actually something that that's something that I'm experiencing, where that's not totally the same reaction. Um, so hearing that probably would have been helpful, because then I can observe almost as if I'm looking at myself, and so that would have been another. Uh, but yeah, I mean it's um, interesting that you said Michael has a good part. Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
That is a big deal. The fact that you see that is, it's very, say, very high level of consciousness. So, um, one that is, well, I wish I had actually stayed on.
Well, we did record it. Actually, oh my gosh, I actually might have it recorded. Oh my goodness. I think it might be on YouTube. I think I caught it. I'm gonna go look it up actually, but you can watch it. And what's funny is there's an advertisement playing on Uswa's green scenery screen right now, and that triggers me the thought of this is how we knew she wasn't present, was that her screen wasn't changing. So yeah, it's time for Uswa to spill the beans too and get emotional, and maybe this would be as cathartic for you, Joe. Maybe that's why you came in right at this moment.
Now, it's cathartic. I recognize how important this is. I know I've been somewhat distant. Um, I do recognize the importance. It's not lost on me. It's just maybe I'm just tired. Meaning in general, not just but um, there's some. I don't know. I mean, there's some deep things that I gotta actually cover, but I'm also a little concerned about some people that are around. That's something that's really troublesome. But uh, but anyway, things. Um, make deeper strides into understanding who I am, but I still have a lot of stress and a lot of trauma. Just making it, it's doing the best I can. One thing is that by watching people pass on, it's a lot easier to realize that it is your character. It's it. Um, we're all going to the same place. I don't believe everybody believes that, but it is. Um, and we're trying to not know the right things to do. And unfortunately, I think that, I don't think things are very hard for a lot of people. There's always been points in time where that's the case. However, um, I do think that there's a level of fragmentation that is problematic. That, really it's really kind of it's seeing each other for that it doesn't have to be either or. It can be zero sum game. that is just not. It's just not, the way people see it. And what I found is also writing a little bit about something. Hopefully, how do you build an inclusive community? And you've done this, Mark. I will say that. The timers. That, without a doubt, it's distributed power. Just like you distribute. People won't do that. Nobody wants to give that up. So, um, and that is a horrible place to be. It's abstract. I really do believe that. I mean, you're seeing it in our politics today. Nobody wants to do the right thing because they're afraid that they ostracize them, and thus they lose whatever credibility that they have or whatever privileges that they have. It's
Mhm.
like, so that is a real thing. It's a challenging time.
It definitely is. Definitely a pile of wrenches, and it's getting pretty thick, but we are getting down to it. And I really appreciate you saying that there's something here. Like it's a real sense of safety, and when you come in, you might go away for a bit. When you come in, you know what to kind of expect. That it's not like a superficial political correctness safety, even though we do have political correctness in here. It's like you come in, it's like oh, okay, yeah, timer's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but I can be myself. As long as I try to be kind, I'm allowed to get frustrated. I'm allowed to say a swear word here or there if I lose control a little bit. I'm allowed to go nuclear if I can rein it in. You're allowed to be authentic in the sublation and the negations. And that's why I'm trying to challenge Uswa here and saying, yeah, she was able to live up to what she said she could do, partly because of the weather, yes. But I think there's even more that was going on. And so that's why I'm challenging her a little bit and saying what happened to her on her side, and does she feel safe actually telling us really what happened for real, so we can get down to the bottom of preparing for why there were so many wrenches all at the same time, which is basically not, we're just a microcosm of that happening in our real political system, like you're saying, Joe. Like people are bringing that kind of office politics into here, and I'm saying nope, we don't do that kind of dualistic finite politics. We are transcending.
It's I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not even the idea of transcendence. I thought about this today, contemplating just the idea of hope. I've been on both ends. I've been in religious communities, obviously, where you have a personal relationship with God. You're praying, you're accepting God's will, whatever it may be, but you're hoping that your prayers. And you have another, reasonable side, rational side, where contemplating people's that's permanence of life, seeing it as part of nature. And I've seen both sides, and I understand how both can be married to their beliefs,
Mm-hmm.
but it really doesn't. It only has. It doesn't have to have the same level of vision, and that's what um, I don't subscribe to that, and I think that's one of the things. One of the things that I said about you that well, here's something negative about me. That's pretty impressive. think that the inability to see the inherent worth of God in everyone, it's really, I mean, it's, I understand both, but the thing I can't understand is how either one of them will compromise their character. I don't get that. Meaning, like, if your belief system is whatever, you'll do whatever you have to do. And it's like, well, make your case to people and let people do it themselves. I think things will end up okay if that maybe people want a little bit more accepting. But that's abstract, but I have focus on it. It's interesting to see both sides.
And why are you being so abstract? Why don't you just get into the details? Well, actually, hold on. If you do that, hold on.
I just don't understand why people don't root for each other as a good, whatever wins. Like, it seems like everybody's trying to tear everybody else down. Instead of going pretty. I know I'm being abstract, but I have to write things down. And I am writing something that will help. Actually,
Yeah, no problem. I don't think it's everybody, but you're right. It's definitely our cultural trend. Once we go to the dog eat dog zero sum game, which is generating it as the universal logic backwards, yeah, we're gonna solve it. But it means we have to be abstract in the right way, metaphysically, but we also have to get concrete and start talking about the details. So I do the pile of wrenches that happened today. I want to get into it in details. And even you, Joe, like, why aren't you in here helping us, right? And number one is, well, you just got through an incredibly emotional experience with your mom, but also it sounds like you have another person.
yeah, losing a friend.
Like you're very abstract about it, but you don't have to say much more. But
My friends that I lost?
are they already lost, or are you losing them?
No, no.
Oh, it's already done.
That's a very actually that's a real um, I'm trying not to judge people. I'm really trying. I'm really not. It's very difficult to see certain types of behavior and not make a judgment about it. Um, but I lost a friend, and it seemed like people were more concerned about whatever the hell it is. I don't know what they're trying to do, but let's just say take over his role than actually worry about him. And one of the most disturbing things that I saw, it's not projecting, but is that, you know, the guys, nobody asks, what is this family? Nobody. And that you're so preoccupied with yourself and what you want. That's, um, well, then that you're really lost. I think I found the best thing to do is to walk away from problems. Not to confront. Thoughts?
Well, confront them wisely, right? If you don't confront them, they're going to confront you anyway. So you just got to confront them with compassion. Just like I'm trying to confront Uswa right now. And I'm getting the impression, Joe, you don't want us to talk about it. Just for me to be radically honest. Because
Okay.
people hide from the problems a little bit, and this is an opportunity for us to get into, trying to make progress. And we are getting into the end game here, where our people are dying, but pretty soon our whole species could die. You know what I mean? Oh, there's an advertisement, Uswa, and you're speaking of that on your green screen. We should choose a different green screen that doesn't have so many advertisements. But yeah, we gotta get our butts in gear here, and it's not gonna get much better. If it's hard already, it's gonna get harder, unfortunately. But it's also gonna get better in other ways if we can get our act together. And yeah, Joe, if you think we've got something here, and you don't see any other solutions anywhere else,
No, that's for sure.
then these freelancers, Uswa, I feel like I know Uswa and Sahan. It's only been like 1 month since we brought them on. I feel like I know them really well, and we had a couple of semi nukes. Like it moves quickly, and you've been here a lot longer than them. You know less than they do now, and that's not just because of your mom's situation last month. That makes total sense to me. But it's been like 6 months, you know what I mean? And we've had the same meeting rules, like same timer, same everything. But now it's actually getting enjoyable talking to them about it, because not only is the content getting better, like talking about, hey, what happened today? Like, why was Uswa in the room with her screen on, but she wasn't responding to anybody? And there could be a bunch of answers to that, but one of them is going to reveal that she might be afraid, or there's some kind of nuclear dialectic we haven't talked about, or there's something that could make it better in a way that we might not be able to even predict. And then the same with you, right? Why aren't you, if you believe in the process so much, what is missing to really start taking this to the next level? Especially since we need 400 and some blessings before I potentially die, like it's extreme. How much longer are we gonna wait? So that's the sort of radical honesty I want to get into. But we only have 3 minutes left, and I'm glad that you are open and saying, hey, look, you're under a huge amount of pressure, and you're still coming in here. A little bit late, but you could just say, no, I'm not going, but you still come in. So I want to end on that note and say, I'm glad you did come in. I just hope you're able to make it to the next special. And maybe if you want to be in the next batch of people, I don't know how long your friend's situation is going to last for, if the funeral's happening soon or not.
It's over. I have to now. I'm gonna kind of do some things. Oh,
Like, it just happened?
happened last Wednesday.
Holy cow, hey, when it rains it pours. Okay, well, it looks like, am I out of time? The timers got messed up somehow, Uswa, I'm not sure. But I think we'll take I think Uswa has a good idea here, so I'll let Uswa take the reins. Uh-oh, sounds like there was seems like there's a connection drop. Uswa, did you hear me?
Just a chance to speak because I usually don't have much to say. So that's why I prefer to stay quiet and focus more on maintaining the flow of the meeting. And I listen carefully and try to understand everything so the discussion can move smoothly without interruptions. And for now, we have just 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And as a relationship builder, I choose Joe. Joe, please choose the song and put the link in the chat. And also give all of you your ratings of today meetings because it's a very important step to move forward. So please give your ratings and then please Joe put the song in the chat. So I will play it in honor of you. Yeah, go ahead.
Who was called?
I think she's calling you, Joe, that you get to play the song because you're going through a lot.
Yeah. I thought I had the time, so I get myself work and everybody else paid for their compassion. I mean, I'd say the only thing is that nobody should feel badly about putting me in my place. That would be the only critique. Mark, you want to go?
I already did in the chat. Yeah, he gave us a 5. Even though Us was doing all the roles, she's doing great on her own. It's just that we practiced some elements, so it's the overall flow is not good because we have to keep repeating stuff. So 5, but it's because the wrenches are like 7 because we're doing new stuff and we're not used to it. And then yeah, trust is very high, 9.82. It's higher than 9.81, 9.82 because Uswa is actually being pretty open, and you came in here and you emphasized that, so it made me feel even better. So that's my scores. And to improve is just to keep coming in and practicing and getting the screens up a little bit earlier, Uswa. Like if you're doing all roles, just get all 3 screens going ahead of time, and then we're golden.
One thing that I'll share.
Okay.
It's just, yeah.
Sure. Well, I'll pull up the song and play that, I guess. And it looks like the food I ordered isn't being delivered tonight. Look at that. So it looks like I'm not going to be cooking until tomorrow. Wow, that's weird.
Okay, as we start the meeting on time, we're ending on time, and I choose Joe to pick the song, and Jay, this song. I play the song in honor of Joseph and dedicate it to Joseph. So it's Chris Martin and Anna Grant. So yeah, enjoy the song, and if you want to leave the meeting, you can.
Ariana, we will want to say thank you to you for being so strong and so wonderful. You've been singing a lot for us, so I think we in Britain want to sing for you. This is called Don't Go Back in Anger, and this is for us. Step inside. You know you might find you said you'd never be. You see, till I start a revolution from. She said the ways I have with you. Step outside, stop outside. Stand up beside the fireplace. Take that look from your face. Don't put your life in the She said the ways I have with you. Sometimes sit up beside the fireplace. Take that look from your face. If you burn my heart.
Good job. We're in there for chat. Oh, okay. Well, if you guys want to go, go. But if you want to keep talking, we can keep talking. If you want to do another 2 hours, Uswa, um, up to you guys. I'm always up for pushing the limits, though, as you know, because we are in a
Well,
mega crisis.
pretending on that anyway. I don't know, I mean, I don't know. Hey, what's your vision for the world's good? I know it, but just so I can hear it again. Like you said.
Okay, see you, Uswa. The vision is the core, right?
Right,
And you know you haven't memorized yet. Like Uswa, almost all the new people have memorized it, almost by heart. We're starting to do graduations now. So you graduate, and there's two types of people when we go through the default itinerary. The first one is the new people, and you could be an old person like you, right, and still be in the new people crowd because you haven't graduated. And when you graduate the core, like you come in and you say, okay, I want to do a graduation, and what we say is, okay, you get a minute and 30 seconds to say the core from scratch, and then you're in the, if you do pass, then you get into the rotation of we all say the core every meeting, right? Every single meeting. It's like a
I know
chant.
it. I mean, I put it this way. I know that part. Like
Okay.
it's total. I mean, that part is to the point. Oh, you're trying to reach all people. So it's like, wow, I get it. You universal logic, universal tools. That makes complete sense. Um, I mean, and that is that is as an ideal. I think it's really um, where we can go. I understand the wisdom of what how the solutions all work together. Um, uh, when I say vision, I mean that, that's what is your timeline for this? That's a question.
Well, here's what I think is gonna happen. I think either we get our act together and we start doing the blessings for free, right? And we start leading and we start inspiring, we keep coming in, we start building momentum and start having what we're calling specials. So specials are where we bring in one person or two people that we really want to give a 10 out of 10 meeting to, or at least an 8 out of 10 like Michael today. And we're willing to bend the rules for them, and whatever they want, we do it. And we're not trying to recruit them. We are, of course, trying to recruit them, but we're not going to try and do any actual recruitment in the meeting. Right? You never mentioned, are you going to join? No. It really is to see if our model works, that we can give people reliably 8 to 10 out of 10 meetings every single time, no matter whether they come in depressed, happy, sad, whatever. So the goal is to start doing specials with our flocks. And then we work together and we say, okay, you, Joe, have somebody that you want to experience this. And eventually we're going to get so good that you're going to bring in big people because you trust the process. No matter what the wrenches are, no matter the weather, the attitudes, the politics, the computers, whatever, we have found a way to work through all the wrenches and reliably give this result of a flow state, because the ultimate goal is flow states for all.
Yes, I get that.
Right, so that's the core. So what I'm doing right now is we have roughly like 80 to 100 people on Freelancer, TrueLancer, this Inch recruiting platform, plus our current crew. Well, no, not even plus our current crew. Just those people are waiting to be hired to do these ELMs. And what we've mapped out here in the last month is the basic training program and how new people respond to it. and it worked pretty good. So what we're gonna do is expand now, and we're gonna say, okay, once you do the training, right? When you come in, the training is you being in the meetings, and then once you get good enough and you graduate, then you can start helping us do specials. And then when you go into a special, it's like a sport. It's like you actually have to be good. Like you can't actually take a role if you're not actually good. So we'll pay people to do some training, and then when they're ready, we'll do a special with their flock, and then we'll just keep expanding that way. And then we'll keep building people's flocks, one ELM special at a time, and then fundraising, hopefully in proportion to the people we bring on to train. So the money will be going to them as blessings to my meal, right? So I'll be hopefully alive. And then, our crew here will probably be able to maintain the next meal or two, because we found out that if we expand the ELMs to like multi-hour, like 2 hours and 3 hours, we can actually still reach the next two meetings, like 700 blessings, just with our crew. But it means we're gonna have to start having like 3, 4, 5 hour like chizzies in ELMs, right? It'll be like almost all day ELMs. But and it's gonna get expensive. But we could probably make the next two meals just with us if we started packing in the hours. And it's working, but it's not maintainable after that. So after that, I think we're gonna have a panic. I'm probably gonna go 2 or 3 weeks without eating and be very close to death. And then somebody's gonna drop 10 grand to hire those 80 people, and we're gonna get like 5,000 blessings in a day. And that's when it's gonna start. And then we're just going to run with it because all the training is done. We have a process, we have an onboarding, we have specials, we got rotations, we got schedules. We might even have the platform reprogrammed so it actually has the timers and the videos, making it easy for us.
Let me so unpack it from my perspective very briefly here. There's some things in my mind that are working clearly. They're seeing things clearly, and unfortunately, they're disappointed. Like today, tonight, it's like somebody asked me about my mother to try and get me to talk about my mother, but they're on fine with that. It was something that I didn't want to talk, or that I should. Anyway, they were trying to use a psychological trick, and so I'm aware of this, and this is where I'm just going to be. I've learned to let go of this kind of antics, as long as nobody's getting hurt. That where those antics are, that they're, it's just a compromise of the other individual's character. So I can move past all that. My problem is that's very serious at this point. Is that every time I make a mistake, it's magnified by 50. It's almost ingrained to reinforce. I mean, like an instantaneous. And it can be the same mistake that everyone else makes, but I can't make it. And it's not my perfectionism that's doing this. It's flat out behaviors that have been around. That's fine. I've learned to let go of that. But so when the core comes up, things like that, sitting down and memorizing it, if I don't get it right away, you got to understand what trigger is. How bad of a trigger that really is. It's these aren't small things. Like you immediately disassociate from everything, and I'm having like this. This is how I'm functional. Is somewhat of a miracle. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not kidding. And I dare everybody, anybody to go through 12 years of little bullshit that I've gone through, and let me know like how your mental fortitude here is going to be like. Well, no, I firmly believe in myself and everything else that's going on. You're going to immediately, kind of retract. So
everything becomes an effort. Everything becomes you're beating yourself up. Everything becomes like you stay out of conversations. Like you say somebody says something and you start, and everybody makes mistakes. But my mistakes now turn into full blown disassociations, and it's almost like I don't even know. I maybe have other defense mechanisms that are going on as far as, and I'm not 21, so can this stuff be reversed? I don't know. I really don't. Had I had problems traditionally? Yeah, sure. Can I overcome them? Absolutely. Can I overcome them with all the things that have going on? I have no idea. But I can tell you this. I just don't care. Like, I don't care what happens. I really, I have no, whatever happens. Like, I don't care. As long as I die with my integrity intact, I don't give a shit what happens. And so, so when you're telling me to memorize the core, understand that I've had people beat me up continuously for not doing something perfectly, and I'm a perfectionist on top of that. It's pure hell. Now, fortunately, recently, I've been able to let go and just say I'm just going to do the right thing. I don't care what happens to the outcome, but the damage is really still there to a certain degree. So sitting down and memorizing the teams and memorizing all this and putting like all the flow rolls or all the blocks, even thinking about what blocks work together, I'm not seeing things in a functional way at this point. I still see them, but I'm not myself, and it's just very difficult to imagine things going different. So that's all. So I know that you're probably, why am I not putting it up? Why am I not doing it? It is so much more, and I understand there's an element of courage that you have to overcome this thing, but however, there's some severe damage, and on top of that, I have to be genuinely concerned about other people at this point. In which case, then it's one thing if people want to, kind of have a problem with me. That's fine. But if they start to have problems with people around me, I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be an issue. Because I don't think innocent people should be hurt. And so, um, and that's really tough on my mom. That's tough on my mom. So, anyway, that's why maybe memorizing the core. Memorizing the core is like, it's not easy. It's not easy, and it's more. And can I do it? Probably. But it would be a hell of a lot more energy than people think. You think you're Hungerstrike something? I'm telling you, if you had a choice between your Hungerstrike, my mental blocks, and my trauma, I would definitely be on a Hungerstrike out 9 times out of 10, not even close. that's where that. So it's not, and there's other things I ought to be memorizing, thinking about that I even know conceptually, but I blank out because of all the continuous beating myself up, and I've learned to ignore people's gestures and behaviors because I think that actually it's unfortunate. But um, but I have a very good now, and this is one of them. So doing the best I can. Um, it's just a lot. That's all. So it's not. I mean, it's not a contest. Uh, how fast somebody else gets it. It's just, and I'm not saying everybody else doesn't have any problems, but I am saying that I'm taking a lot of abuse, and that abuse has come from every which direction. So, oh, most of it, I do care, but I mean, I don't care that certain things remain intact. But that's long story, the long story as to why the core is not just sit down and, put your nose to the grindstone thing. It's because people have made me think about my mistakes, every word mistake, every comment, anything that may somehow undermine me. I don't even know how in certain cases. Every single one. So in every mistake that I make, if I sit down, record, and I maybe get it wrong, it's like I go back and I start saying to myself something to myself that's maybe not true. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. Because anybody else could make the mistake and it would be okay. But if I make it, which is fine, I get that. There's a standard there. But the way I'm dealing with it, the way other people have done, there's not a lot of people that have had to go through what I've gone through the past 12 years. And I'm not saying there are people that go through a lot worse. I'm just saying they haven't gone through what I have gone through. And so, anyway, that's my whole spew about. And when you have this this amount of mental energy left, everything, I try and put it towards. I was trying to put it towards my mother. I was trying to put it towards other things. So everything's hard. And then people are like, "Oh, why are you tired?" What the fuck? I mean, like really? You're saying it's such a lack of genuine awareness of the part that it's anyway. So.
The guy who's doing my order delivery messaged me. So I'm hearing that yes, you're feeling the pressure and want to make sure things are safe and good, and it's hard to get memory into it. And it's true, and you're right. I'm lucky that I don't have to have a lot of these haunting memories or self-worth issues. I don't have any self-worth issues. And I was talking to Marlena about this. I'm like, how do some people have that? And there's this you have to break through in some sense to get to this area, to this point where it's like even a non-choice is a choice, meaning that you can't help but be you. And once you realize that, it's like, oh, just do your best. And if you've done your best, even when you don't do your best, you've done your best because that's the best you could have done at that time. And you can say to yourself, oh, I can do this. Oh, I should have did that. And you can picture yourself doing it in your head, like, oh yeah, I can go and do that. But I'm not choosing to do that, so I'm a bad person. The reality is that if you really could go do it, you would have did it. So your choice literally is not doing it. Otherwise, you would do it. So you're always doing your best, actually. So in a cosmic sense, you're always doing your best. But in terms of a human performance standard, we have all these metrics saying, well, are you really doing your best? Well, now we have this conscious reflective version of it, where if you're supposed to do something and you don't want to do it, really there's an underlying reason, and that reason is usually repressed, and that repression is what's probably causing the lack of flow state that we call depression. But it's really just you not being you. And today we got a glimpse of that with Marlena, because Marlena just stepped up today. She crushed the special. She carried the whole thing, like I said. She was the exact opposite of what she was when she's in the room like this. And I'm saying, Marlena, take a roll, take a roll. She doesn't. She's not doing it. But when pressure is on, she does it. So in the ELM, I said there's some people that crumble under pressure, and there's some people that rise up under pressure. In truth, I think once you're yourself, everybody rises up, even under pressure. It's only the repressed people that don't have courage in themselves. So she completely did a dialectical flip, and I think that her environment really is killing her. I think these horrendous, these images in her mind are a lack of control over her environment in some sense. So I think the mental illness too that's holding you back can be addressed if we get you into a place where you can be yourself, which I thought would be that fundraising job. You'd probably be transferred by now if we would have did that 2 months ago. But I know it's hard. Then again, Terminator is literally coming. Like, did you watch that video that I sent you with the robots learning kung fu?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, which one? There's a couple you sent to me.
there's one that says that even when AIs are explicitly programmed not to harm us, they do so like almost 40% of the time.
So that I'm aware.
Basically, it means Terminator is going to be here. Like not just the AI manipulating us and coding itself 100% and staying within the mainframes. No, the robots will the Terminator robots will be here in 6 months. Like they're probably already good enough that if you let them loose, they could probably kill a human. Already. So they're probably already there. But in 6 months from now, if they keep going at the rate they're going, they will be. Well, the military party already has lethal ones, but it's Elon Musk will have a lethal one. And yeah, it'll be chunky and clunky and whatever, but it'll be good enough to do serious damage now. You send it out into a field, it will travel to kill someone. What more do you need to see, Joe? Like, our lives are not going to be sitting in an office building. Pretty soon, they're going to be, oh, they're using robots to kill each other. Yeah, yeah. And then all of a sudden, we're going to lose control of the robots. And then all of a sudden, they could just turn on us. Like tens of thousands of them are being built in China right now. Like the Matrix is literally happening before our eyes right now.
But see, here's the thing, Marcus. I see the sense, and I see the goals, and I see everything. I don't see how it solves that problem.
What's going to happen is, I think this is how it's going to happen. This is how it's happening so far. Whatever's holding people back from thinking they're godly or they have the courage to do something, to face death, basically, we're going to find that thing in a special or in these meetings. And you're going to come in because you just can talk about what you want to talk about, the way you want to talk about it. As long as it's with some degree of kindness and good faith, you're allowed to do it. And then because I fashion the rules in a way where it channels the energy eventually towards the default itinerary, eventually the catharsis goes somewhere. And if it really doesn't go anywhere, we have the smashing room, which Marlena was supposed to be the first one to put her weed pen there. But she's not fully committing yet. So fundamentally, it comes down to our minds. And whatever's holding us back are these reasons deeply embedded in the neurons. And it governs how you parse reality, what decisions you make, what you have the courage to do. All those things are being restricted because the meetings suck. Not only, in group meetings like this, but in our heads, in a meeting with ourselves. So if your ELM with yourself in your head is not good and doesn't have an executor and all the flow roles and, the relationship builder and, doing the 5 love languages, and you don't have a good, strong image of yourself of what you can be, and this strong metaphysical foundation that you're always being pure being, even if you don't want to be, like, if you don't have that, your meetings are going to suck in your head. So
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
So the principles that I'm teaching in this room can be applied on multiple levels. It's just that the main factor is that people aren't making the time. So we had a little bit of a crew with Nawaz. Like, I only brought in 4 people, even though we had 80 people. I chose them because they could make it to the meeting, and I also chose Uswa. And like, Uswa's sort of asking me for money right now. Hold on, the delivery. Oh no! Oh shoot! Uh, hold on, Joe. Like, this delivery was supposed to be done before, but it got delayed because I can't tip as much as everybody else. The tip determines how much it gets done. They're trying to replace my tofu with non-organic tofu, so I'm only buying organic stuff. So I have to replace this item. Okay, superior organic tofu. Hold on. This is sort of an. Oh, come on. Whatever. Oh. Good enough. Okay, so that's done. Wow, they're sold out of that tofu. That's crazy. So there's a process that's happening here. And what I was just saying before I got interrupted was we're going to be teaching people these principles. And oh yeah, I brought on all 4 of them at the same time because being moves in parallels, right? Like, you have to have multiple pieces moving simultaneously, and that simultaneity is what immediacy is. So what's happening is somebody will come in and do a little bit for me in the meeting, and then the meeting will drop down. Like, we're not reaching a threshold of new being, and it's torturing me. If everybody just jumped in, we would probably have momentum, and it would probably take off somewhere. And I got a little glimpse of that. So I brought in these 4, and I trained them all up together with all 4 flow rolls going, and it's working. They started seeing how they were reinforcing each other and how, it becomes a team effort. And there's something that emerges when that happens, as you know. So I'm getting ready to make little games of 4 people, little games of being. And once we show people that it works, like, if it's only one person and they're not highly trained, it falls apart, right? It's too mechanical, it's too slow, it's boring. But if you have 4 people and they're good at it, it's inspiring. It makes people want to be a part of it. Like, wow, I want to do that. I want to give somebody an 8 out of 10 meeting. I want to be the one that holds the meetings on time and is thanked at the end for doing it right to the minute. That stuff.
Mark, I have to stop you. Do you think it's that people don't want to do well?
I don't know if people know what it looks like to do well in the direction we need to go.
No, I mean, that's good. I mean, it's. I think I didn't communicate like maybe clearly, where it's is doing well is not it, um, but it is a matter of psychological trauma. It's like somebody cut off your legs and they tell you to run a race. And then they're like, well, you really must not want it if you didn't get to the end of the marathon. It's I mean, I'm not saying there aren't people that have done more, help more, but I don't think that saying that somebody's desire is not to do it. Maybe to measure the amount of effort that they're putting in, but even then, you don't know what that effort is through that person's eyes. That's all. And I think that the point that I was maybe not communicating so well is that um, I'm not normally like late. I'm not like I am. Now I'm sure you understand that to some degree, but I don't think. I mean, people really get what I mean is that every word or mistake that you make is highlighted. And there are half people that are seemingly okay with it, and another half are seemingly not okay. So, you know, um, it's right now. It's just something that I have a loop in my head. Wherever I make a mistake, I can disassociate. That's all. And I'll say this: the fact that I can even stay in conversations, or in some cases, actually, uh, you know, be more than competitive with a conversation or a point that I'm making. I don't think anybody realizes what a miracle that is. And yeah, and I just took. It's not a question of. It's not a desire. It's not. That I'm just making sure that that's clear, and that the reinforcement loop that I have going on in my head right now is it's serious. It's serious, like, and so and it really does cause complete disassociation and memory issues, and even it's self. And I'm learning to let go of a lot of it. I really am. I realize whatever the fuck everybody else does, I really don't care anymore. I care if I do the right thing. And it's amazing, actually. It's really amazing. I think that's really amazing out of this thing. Since I've been doing this, and I've done the right thing, I haven't necessarily even worried about the outcome. There are people that have been trying to mislead me so much that when I do something opposite than what they think they can manipulate me into, they get visibly if they try to manipulate me into one thing, thinking like, well, in agreement that I do something else, they will absolutely get visibly angry. And that, I feel badly for them. It doesn't bother me But that shows you what I'm putting up with. Again, I don't get mad at anybody that doesn't, unless they harm somebody that's innocent. I have I can suspect certain things that even my extended family have spoken to in some way. But even that's fine to a certain extent. But there are certain things where people are really turning into the ends justify the means, and then they are they'll burn anything down just to get what they want, and that's the real reason we're not going to make it. That's the real reason. I mean, there are very unfortunate people that need treatment. So, and it exists in every aspect of life. The biggest problem right now is that good people are fragmented. It's not the world. It's not. I can understand the world. I can understand the people that are supposed to know better. So anyway, I'm going off on a tangent here now. But bottom line is, the loop that I have going on in my head is something that I wouldn't wish on anyone. Can I convince myself not to disassociate or to really trust my instincts or to live in a world that's where everybody's going to be critical of everything, of anything I say, or yeah, sure, I could do that to a certain extent. We'll see. I mean, but it's pretty disheartening right now, and it takes a lot of energy to do anything. I mean, again, the fact that I can have conversations with people and actually then, in certain cases, even make a case for something, like this weekend, let's just say, I talked to a couple architects where, I was providing value in the conversation. The fact that I can do those things, it's pretty anyway, I just wanted to make sure it's not a desire. It's not like, hey, I don't want to do better. And I get what you're saying, that I'm doing the best that I can at a particular moment in time, given the circumstances, and that is part of life. You have to accept those circumstances, and the ability to overcome those things are basically your gifts. And whatever, persevere, whatever the hell it is. But you persevere, but you have a hell of a lot of pain. It is what it is. I mean, I just need to figure out the way to put one foot in front of the other. I know at certain points when I just get to that breaking point, I will do something. But I can tell you right now, memorizing the sentences is a lot of energy. You have to move a house out, sell a house, you have to start a new life, and there's just no evidence that these sentences will ever be implemented. So
Um, so I'm spending the energy on something that doesn't necessarily, and so then I question that. Then that becomes a question. Then if I mess up, it becomes a question. It's a hell of a lot of uncertainty. Um, I'm not saying people don't deal with uncertainty, but this is a little bit extreme. So, anyway, I appreciate you listening. I do want to go because I have to write something. But I do want to give you a chance to offer any thoughts. So I did cut you off.
Well, they're not going to go anywhere if we don't build on them, right? So the thing is, the reason why I'm making progress now is because this crew is giving me something, building. They're memorizing what worked, what didn't work, and I'm just iterating and developing, right? But the reality is, my vision is the only thing that's building. Like compared to 6 months ago, we have a lot more now, and it's going to keep doing that. So as long as I can get as long as I can get this last special meeting going, that's the last piece of the recruitment, and then the payments going with the spirit license and the trade rotations, then the 80 people are there. And when it comes down to the wire, and when these sentences will work and get implemented, then it'll start to cause people to have therapy in these meetings, and then having a new kind of conversation. And that started to happen even today with Michael and Nawaz. Like with Nawaz, it was an earth-shaking thing for him. So everybody's going to have these moments where they're going to face a kind of death, and we're just going to help guide them through it and heal them from the toxicity, including you with that loop in your head. Whether it's a brain structure or it's a subconscious routine that somebody put in your head from bullying at school as a kid, whatever it is.
Yeah, I think it's just honestly the past 12 years. Not that other things haven't happened in my life, but I'm going through things now that very long. That's so it's very hard to say that these things would exist. I mean, maybe there's some deep parts of it. Yeah, sure. Everybody does some kind of wrong. But
Well, it's coming down to the wire, right? So I'm just lining up the pieces as if it's going to happen. That's it. That's all I'm doing is I'm just saying, yep, I'm choosing. I'm following my intuition a lot. So I'm just gonna line up the pieces, and like even today, like some big stuff is happening in the courthouse. Like the Canadian Judicial Council started responding to my complaints again. The Attorney General's office is responding to me. I'm talking to one of their agents after they ignored me for a year and a half. And so I think the Supreme Court of Canada is looking at my case and might make it one of the 70 applications that they actually take up, which means that they're going to investigate all the lawsuits I have against the ministers in my province. And so that's also happening. Like it's all lining up is what I'm saying, and I can see what it's going to look like. So I hear the critiques, I look at what other people are doing with their lives and what their vision is, and they don't have one. They're just going by what the rest of the herd is doing, and we got to be courageous. It makes sense what we're doing here. It's got to get better, but it's not going to get better in time if we keep doing this piecemeal, distracted, inward self-destructive sort of species wallowing that we're doing. We need to make this a priority like Marlena has done. Marlena has made it in here every day for like 13 days, almost 2 straight weeks. She might miss one meeting, but she always makes it in for one of them. And you could do the same, Joe. I send you a reminder every morning. But then again, Marlena's friends aren't dying around her either. But pretty soon they will if these robots get out of control. And yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's like we're at the moment right now, Joe, where it's like we're the Wright brothers, and we're sitting down, and somebody comes in and they say, "How the heck are you crazy fools gonna make metal fly?" It's not a bird. Metal doesn't float on air, you idiots. And we look at them like, you know what, though? If you do it the right way, it just might. And the person looks at you and say, prove it. And then you're like, well, I got to build the airplane first, and it's going to probably cost us like a couple of months to build it, and then some funds to build these special airplane wings. And we've hypothesized that there's something called lift. If you curve the wing and if you curve the metal in just this way, it'll cause a difference in air pressure. And the person will be like, that's a bunch of crazy talk schizophrenia. You guys are making up garbage and magic. I'm getting out of here. That's the moment we're at right now, Joe. I can't show you how the chizzy in the language is going to completely change you until we have everything built. But of course, that's the contradiction, is that we're basically jumping off the cliff and building the plane on the way down. And whether we like it or not, we're off the cliff already, our species. At least I have a blueprint and some materials to start building the wings. And that's it. I'm just working like a mad hatter. And I can see that it's working enough. Like, we got an 8 out of 10 today. And people are looking and saying, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. When you fashion the core about time compression and ego wisdom and Megacrisis and 2 sentences and implementation, it makes a lot of sense. It's based on good marketing theory that I learned when I was doing multi-level marketing. We have to build a government. That's how you solve the prisoner's dilemma worldwide and solve the problem that you mentioned. It's like, well, how do you get people to stop backbiting each other and wanting to undermine and control down? All that stuff is because they were manipulated by their parents and they get satisfaction off the other rather than in themselves. They don't experience compersion. And a government is needed because it creates the game that makes that happen. And then, and not only outwardly, but inwardly too. If you memorize the 2 sentences, you would know in level 3 that one of the chunks is inner and outer flow state. I think you do know that, actually. I can't give you a 0% like risk portfolio, but I know that what I'm doing is just lining it up so that people will take the leap, and when they take the leap, it's all there. It's like start the propeller and then push the plane, and then it'll start running. That's what I'm basically setting up.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see what tomorrow brings. I really do need to go. I'm so tired. That and it's just pure. It's not just like I'm sleeping. It's just I'm just tired, and I need to at least start to exercise. I have to at least try that. And anyway, I need to do some.
Go ahead.
I need to write something. Actually, I have to still write something. But
Yeah, go take care of that.
I really do. If I have to write something, I really do want to do it well, and I'm going to be very upset if I don't. So I'm going to go.
Okay, well, we'll see you again soon. It was good to see you.
All right, we'll catch up soon.
Okay, sounds good. Good luck with the writing. My delivery will be here in roughly 9 minutes. Oh, so if I do this one last thing tonight, it'll feel like the day actually achieved pretty much achieved. Why do I have such a acid reflux kind of feeling right now? Ouch. Oh, yeah, I'm getting tired. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. I think he's gonna play a big role here pretty quick. Okay. Let's take care of this first. So it's here, came in. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna switch. The stream over. I'm just paying the freelancers we have now. I could hire a bunch of more people with these funds, but trust them in this process now. So let's do the intake thing. I just typed in the script, this number, and I have to type it in again. Okay. Let's start up the other one. 218, 237. Okay, welcome. You're watching a man on a hunger strike of 137 days. Not fully continuous, it's been continuous with meals in between because my supporters give me blessings or offerings or insights that I apply to these meals to make them holy or healthy and ethical. They're as ethical as I can make them in my condition right now. And I'm a little bit tired. I got a little bit of indigestion because I'm starting to drink some oils and my stomach is weak because of the past 4 months of only eating roughly once every 10 days, and now it's taking longer. I eat multiple part meals to warm up my system so I don't die from refeeding syndrome. So that's the situation we're in. It's quite serious, and I'm very serious about saving you, or if you don't want to be saved, at least helping you help yourself to a new kind of future that we need radically quickly. So I'm promoting something called universal logic. There are principles that we embody as we build this new kind of life, a new kind of inner governance model too. If you want to learn more about that, there's 3 ministries.